itself, in my opinion, to good public discussion. We've had the discussion. We've been open about the process and about the fact that we're building 2 rinks and an aquatic center, and we purchased land, and this is where this is going. It doesn't fit by SIAS. People don't get that yet, but it doesn't fit by SIAS in order to make it economically viable. We couldn't put it up by the Alfred Jenkins Fieldhouse because we don't own the land up there. We don't have enough land. We'd have to purchase other land from multiple people. It would have made it, this was the best place. And if people don't buy that, fine, don't buy that. You know what? I campaigned on that. And if you think that I am wrong, there's an election coming up in 3.5 years or whatever, vote me out. And put in your candidate that will continue to push these conspiracy theorist ideas forward. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of people making up facts to fit their own agenda. And that's what this is. So I am voting against this motion and will receive and file to go back to the original motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just think that an answer to a member of the public would be a great thing, so the record can be straight and the department can handle it on their own.
Councillor Zurkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, there's a lot of stuff in this correspondence, and I've had trouble filtering some of that, what the questions are. I wonder if Mr. Dwayne Larson is here, he could go to the microphone and ask some of the questions while he's in the room. I'd be prepared to make a motion to ask him to come to the microphone and ask his questions in the public forum, if that's what he's looking for.
I'm not sure if Mr. Larson is in attendance or not. I don't believe so. Okay. Yeah, just some of the thing. One thing that I noticed on that report was the compliance, that the report mentioned that it's nearly in compliance, and the only thing that was mentioned was the glass, which is also the boards. And also, just part of the compliance is to have at least 4,000 people, which we're nowhere near. So that's part of one of the other compliances amongst others, for sure. So, Councillor Cody.
Yeah, Deputy Chair, I didn't like the comment that my colleague to the right made about me. And it is about me. Let's face it, I voted in favor of this project. I voted in favor of the land purchase, and he just indicated that there's something underhanded. That takes me into it. And I don't like that. I don't like that expression, because I'll tell you, I have done nothing underhanded, not whatsoever, and I don't think any of my colleagues in this assembly have done anything underhanded. So I think that's not quite right, that we should be accused of doing something underhanded when in fact we didn't. I got nothing out of this, and I don't purport to get anything out of this. All I'm going to get out of this is citizens having a place to skate, to go aquatic, and the like, and make a better city. If that's the kind of accusation I got, that's good with me. But I don't like the other one.
Yeah, I'll give Councillor Head a chance to respond here.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. By no means, Councillor Cody, am I trying to insinuate that anyone did anything underhandedly here. I'm saying that this letter says that they're accusing the city of doing underhandedly. So I am not saying that. I'm just saying that we should respond to this in kind. Anyway, so not mean to say any comments about anyone be doing anything underhandedly. So absolutely not.
Okay, any further discussion?
Could I close, please?
Sure, you can. Yep, go ahead, Councillor Lennox up.
As Councillor Miller mentioned, it appears that the department would be the appropriate body to deal with this and these questions. I would like to state that that if there are logical answers to each of these questions, then I would think that the department would be able to provide those. And so on that basis, I think it is the responsible choice for we as council when met with someone who's questioning things, I think it is the responsible choice for we as council to have the department provide those responses. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call for the vote. Okay, the vote is open. Councillor Lennox Zepp.
Yes.
Okay, and the motion is carried. Okay, and we're going to go now to reports of administration and committees. And we'll go to item 7.1, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day. Verbal presentation from Janet Carrier, Co-Chair, Prince Albert Urban Indigenous Coalition. Welcome, Janet, and I have to add you.
Am I good to go?
You are now.
So I want to
yes.
thank you for allowing me to come and address you tonight. I think that you can all look in your bags now, should you choose. I want to thank you for allowing Judy McLeod Campbell to enter into a partnership with the Friendship Center and the Urban Coalition. And in your bags, you will find a shirt. There's a write-up from the artist. Her name is Ayla Carpenter. Very well thought out young lady. And as you read the article that's in there, you will see how much thought she gave into this. And this will be the new logo going forward. You will see on your shirts, on one sleeve, there is the City of Prince Albert logo, and on the other sleeve, there is the Prince Albert Indian and Métis Friendship Center logo. And on the back are the words that I think that always need to be there, because that is what we must never, never forget. I want to thank you all for working towards reconciliation, and I know that reconciliation means something different to each and every one of us. To me, we will never reach reconciliation until we reach a place of equality. And so that means a lot of work. We're all going to have to do a lot of work to keep moving forward in a good way. And I have mixed feelings about the day now being a national holiday. My fear is that we will forget. We will forget what that day is meant to be. That people will stay home and do nothing. And so I will be coming back to you as a board, a council, once COVID settles down, if it ever settles down. And I want to talk to you about us having an event in our city so that we don't forget about this day and what it's meant to remember. I feel that a lot of people on November 11th now just stay home. They have a holiday, and I don't think they truly honor the veterans that gave their lives for our country. And so I think that we need to try to keep this day alive, and that doesn't mean just sitting at home in our houses having a holiday. So I will be back, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Janet. If you just remain at the podium for a minute, we may have some questions here. Mayor Dion.
First, I'll move the recommendation, and thank you for coming, and I echo your sentiments. So I'm glad you're still tying it to Orange Shirt Day, because at least when we had Orange Shirt Day, I had lots of people ask us why we're wearing orange and the purpose of it, and I have the same concern that you do. It'll be like one of the other 10 stats that we have. There's just another holiday, let's go to the lake, and let's do this, and not focus on what the purpose of the day is. So I'm glad you're coming back, and I hope that we can get all kinds of programming and events going to really, so people can be educated and understand what the day means. So thank you, and good luck in your endeavors in the future.
Thank you.
Councillor Ogrodnik.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Janet, thank you for the gift. And and especially for the explanation and the reflection by the artist, the designer. I really appreciate that. I'm a little bit more optimistic, and as I said, when we passed that at our last meeting, that I think, like Family Day in February, people, the first Family Day, people did stay at home. But then as people got used to another holiday, the community embraced it. And, you know, the museum has all kinds of activities. The Art Hauser Center, the Prince Albert Raiders will put a hockey game in the middle of the afternoon, no alcohol served in, you know, in the stands, et cetera, and change the focus so that it becomes more family-oriented. And so I'm positive and feeling encouraged that this day, this year might be low-key, but I think, as you said, we need to plan activities, we need to plan education for our community so that we can embrace and remember the purpose of this day and understand, as all Canadians, what this day means. Because there's a lot of people that still don't, you know, understand. I'm still listening, and as I said to my colleague when he brought forward his motion, notice of motion, I'm still in that phase of listening to the survivors, to people that lost people, to what happened, and I think that's what we need to do. And then once we do that, then move towards reconciliation. Once we admit this happened as Canadians, and we're not going to get every Canadian to admit it, but I think the majority of Canadians will realize that this happened, it was wrong, and we need to admit that these atrocities occurred. And therefore, once we admit it, then we can move forward to, and that's the truth part, then we can move forward, I think, to the reconciliation. Now what? And I think that's where the community and community leaders like yourself will help us in that reconciliation of now this is how we'll remember and commemorate and make sure that things like this don't ever happen again in our country. And so I feel optimistic that we will get there. It's going to take a while, but I've said this many times in this chamber, change is a process, not an event. If it's an
Right.
event, it's a revolution. If it's a process, then it evolves and it happens. And that's how I look at things in my own field of education. It's a process. We got to get there. And that's the place where we want to get. How do we get there? And I think we will. And so thank you for anyways bringing that forward. I talked too long on this.
So, on the September 30th, the Prince Albert Urban Indigenous Coalition will be doing an educational event, a virtual event. We haven't finalized all the details yet, but stay tuned. We will let you know when it's going to be. And of course, we started off with thinking an hour, but it's slowly growing as we go along. So, because we can't gather this year because of
Yeah.
COVID, like last year, it's important that we do something to mark the day. So we'll be doing a virtual
Yeah,
event.
and totally agree, and it'll just grow as things become safer to meet and to do that. And I can guarantee you, schools are not, you know, as a retired teacher now, schools are not going to forget this Orange Shirt Day. And just because they don't attend that day, there will be services or activities to commemorate that day, either before or after, or sometime that week, I'm sure of it. So just like they do with Remembrance Day. They don't attend on Remembrance Day, but the amount of services that take place in schools right across our city and our province and country is phenomenal. So it does happen, and this will happen too. But as I said, it's going to be a process, not an event. Thank you.
Councillor Head?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thank you, Mrs. Carrier, for being here today. I have to say, and thank you for the wonderful gift. I really like it, and definitely look forward to working with you on September 30th to doing something for your virtual event. So honored to be a part of that. Thank you so much. And thank you for your time this evening. I'm sure we'll chat more, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussions while we have our guest at the podium? No.
Tara Lennox-Zepp?
Counselor Lennox Zepp? Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Janet, for the gift. It is so appreciated and the work that you do. I had a question from a member of the public and I could not answer it. So the question is, I understand that these orange shirts with the Prince Albert logo will be available for sale with from the Prince Albert Indian Métis Friendship Center. And the question, the citizen was curious as to what the funds, the money will, where the money will go to.
We're planning a trip to Mexico. No, I'm just teasing. We just recoup our costs. We just recoup our costs. We don't make any money on the shirts. It just, somehow, we became the place to buy the shirts from. And so we
Yeah.
just charge out the cost of the shirts, basically.
Perfect. And so that's just to recoup the cost. So the money goes back to the PA Indian Métis Friendship Center then, I
Yes.
presume.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Janet, for coming out and giving our presentation. I always respect your voice at all times, so it's much appreciated to hear from you. And I think we're going to go to the vote now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and the vote is open. Counselor Lennox Zepp?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, vote's closed, we're accepted, and the motion passes unanimously. Now we're going to go to 7.14. And it's 15th Street East Roadway Project Access, and we have a PowerPoint presentation from Director Wes Hicks. You have one of these?
Go ahead.
Oh,
It's a little hard to see from behind here in this glass booth here, but as asked by council at the last meeting to come forward with some options, as you can see in the report, there's more information than just these slides, but this boils it down into basically 4 options. So option 1 here is to do a total rebuild of the roadway that we have just created. And there's a dollar value there, which is rather large. It would require removing all of the, most of the medians that we've created in the middle there, and repaving the crown of the middle part of the road, because the crown has to follow the median and the turning lanes, so that would have to be readjusted. So it's a very pricey option. If I move to the next slide here, and I apologize for a minute, I have to get my, my laptop, it's just too hard to read from there.
it is, yes, I agree.
So looking at this option, basically, you're going to have 43 points of vehicular conflicts or potential conflicts. And what we looked at were all the places where vehicles are either free-flowing, from a safe location, or a full stop at a traffic light, or a yield location where they might encounter another vehicle when crossing oncoming traffic, or an entranceway to a business. So in this case, 43 points of conflict and $320,000 estimated cost to redo the roadway that we've just created. This is option 2. Now, to do option 2, we're leaving the, and I should mention in the first option, that means we'd have to do some work at the traffic lights as well. This option, the traffic lights would stay where they are, but we would redo all the middle section that is grayed out, including the medians. We would open the median for a center left-hand turn lane. Approximately $150,000 in reconstruction of the concrete and asphalt. Again, we have to remill the top layer off of the roadway and change the crown of the roadway so that it would flow properly. In this one here, it's also 43 points of vehicular conflicts. So very similar to the first option. And just to explain that a little clearer, is anywhere you see green, there would be no conflict. The traffic would be flowing smoothly. Wherever you see red, that's where you would have to stop. And you'd have a vehicle in a stop position. And yellow areas where vehicles will be trying to change lanes or cut across lanes to make left-hand turns. So this one is similar number of points of conflict. Option 3. So this one refers to what we were talking about at the last meeting. As you know, or as you can see on the left-hand side of the drawing, there is already one U-turn around built into the design. It's close to the left-hand side of the drawing. This would include a second U-turn turnaround in the middle so that you could be going westbound, get into that center area, be protected, and then make a left-hand turn and U-turn back to go eastbound. It would be under $50,000 to make that change. It has the least cost of the first 3 options. This option has less conflicts than the first 2, potentially 27 conflict locations. So it is an improvement from the option 1 and option 2, as you can see there. So each of the turnaround or U-turn lanes would hold 1 vehicle safely, or 2 vehicles if they were smaller. And finally, 4th option is what we presently had already designed. With the turning lanes and the median and a small grassed or treed area in the middle, there's no cost to change that because it's already been built into the budget. And the conflicts are the fewest at 19. Now, it's impossible to get that number down to 0. The only way to get it down to 0 was to not have any cross traffic of any kind. No entrances, no exits, no traffic lights, just straight flow through traffic. So in this case, we're down to 19 points of vehicular conflict. In the report, as it says right now, it's for receive and file, but I guess council is free to make the decisions on how they want to proceed, whether they want to have administration finish the project as it stands and potentially let the traffic flow for a period of time so that we can see whether or not there's any issues, if it's working. And it is working, then you haven't had to spend any additional dollars. If there's still a feeling that there needs to be an additional U-turn, then I guess that could be put in at that time. I would highly recommend that we don't go back to option 1 or 2, not strictly on the dollar value, but also the number of conflict points. That's my presentation. I'm open for questions.
Okay, actually, before we go to questions, we're going to hear from Mr. and Mrs. Mogg and Mr. McKay before we go to questions. Yes, we are. So, if we could ask Mr. and Mrs. Mogg to go to the podium, it would be much appreciated.
Hello, thank you for letting us speak today. I first want to start off, the last 18 months that business in general has been going through a pandemic. It's been hard.
Chad, would you mind just speaking into the mic a little
Sorry,
bit
can you
more?
hear me now?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
better.
sorry, thank you. Thank you for letting us speak. I just wanted to start off by saying, being in business, this last 18 months has been extremely hard. We've had to make cuts, we've had to do other things to make, allow the business to survive. With taxes going up, we understand taxes need to go up because everyone needs, for the city to operate smoothly, and, we're not arguing that point. But when access is cut to business, and we're seeing a drop already of like 30 to 35% a day, things are gonna have to go, which is, it's sad to say, but labor hours are a big expense on a business. So, to put that on an owner, to go to a perfectly fine employee and say, I'm really sorry, we just don't have money to pay you anymore. So now your family is gonna be stressed to have less money to support their lifestyle. I look at the 4 options, and there's a smaller point, just to the east of our east access, I guess, in the parking lot, where it's the minimal amount of concrete you could remove to open up a small chunk of roadway, similar to right beside Exclusive Auto Marine and the strip mall, a few hundred feet from our business. It would allow access to all 9 businesses that are there. People could freely move, drive out, turn to the west. Coming from the east to the west, they would be able to turn in. It's just, you hear a lot of complaints that people have to drive all over the city just from the east side to get into our parking lot or other businesses in the area.
And in regards to option 3 with the U-turn lane, I think it's highly problematic in that only maybe 2 cars are going to fit in that protected U-turn lane. And for them to be able to make that U-turn and cross 3 lanes of traffic to get into that entrance that serves all 9 of our businesses, they're not going to make it. And if they do, there's going to be accidents for sure. Just people trying to aggressively get over there. And then secondly, the U-turn lane doesn't resolve the fact that anyone leaving the 9 businesses there cannot leave going westward. They have to go east. And there isn't a U-turn for them to turn around or a way to get back the other way. So it's still highly problematic. Option 1 obviously is really expensive. Option 2 as well. For us personally, for our business, either of those I feel like are acceptable. But like Chad said, I don't understand why there wasn't a look at opening up just the one entrance that's central to the businesses between us and Great Western Financial as a potential option. And I wonder what the cost of that is and what the safety ratings of that is and why that wasn't looked at as well. And to speak on the income side, obviously traffic just moved over to the west side or the north side of the Meridian on Thursday, September 9th. So, I mean, we've only had a couple of days to observe that. But I've looked at the numbers, and average sales per day is down between 35 to 28% for us, effective immediate of that day. Further, on that September 9th day, we had the Kids Sport fundraiser. They do a fundraiser every year in front of our business, and they were down 50% in donations this year. And the head guy that was there commented on how drastic that was and how much a difference he's seen for our business and for the fundraiser, with people just not able to get across to get there. And the year before that, they even had a bad year for donations because the weather was rainy and windy and cold and awful. And it was beautiful. This September 9th was a gorgeous late summer day. And 50% they were down in their donations. And this was a highly public media fundraiser.
Thanks for letting us speak.
Okay, thank you. And we'll hear from Mr. McKay, I believe, is next.
Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor, thanks for letting me have this opportunity. I don't want to rattle on too long, so I'm just going to ask some questions. Mr. Mayor, we had a meeting in end of April, beginning of May this year, and you were supposed to get me some answers to these questions, and I never received them. How many accidents have occurred on that strip of highway from 4th Avenue to 5th Avenue in the last 11 years? I've been standing there looking out those windows for 11 years. I cannot remember one single incident except at the 5th Avenue lights. What is the projected traffic flow increase because of the PV Mart build going there? I agree with the people from Dr. Javas that the U-turn lane creates its own safety problem with your still saying that, turning into traffic across 2 lanes to get to the inside lane so you can now turn in from the west. I guess up on, I believe it was 2nd Avenue, you eliminated some lights so traffic would flow. Now down on 15th Street there, we have 5 sets of lights and 6 blocks. So on your paper here, you say that the traffic flow on the 2 northern bound lanes will not be interrupted if the lights at 5th Avenue are triggered for 1 block, because then they go to the next block and they have to stop if that light is red so people can turn out of PV Mart. And I'll just make one last comment. Everything seemed to work fine the way it was. So why wouldn't you, instead of spending all this money doing that, why wouldn't you have left it alone for a year to see if it caused an issue? And if it caused an issue, then make the change. Why waste all that money now if you're going to vote maybe to take all that stuff out? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Director, do you want to return to the podium or do you want to just stay right there? Okay. Mayor Dion.
I move the recommendation. I have the following comments. We just have the paving left to do on the south side. So I believe we should finish the paving and monitor what's going to happen. We're all speculating what's going to happen. So this weekend I talked to a pile of people that said, we have been avoiding 15th Street because of the construction. They didn't even know if we were on the left side or the right side, the south side or the north side. Whenever you get construction, people are going to avoid that area. So it doesn't surprise me that traffic counts are down. I avoid it with a passion. I turn and go down 13th now all the way past, back up to Leon's and in. That's my personal preference. And the reason that I want to do this is I believe that they might even get more business. Once PV Mart opens, do they realize the kind of traffic that PV Mart's going to draw to that area? Right across? And what are they going to see when they come out of that PV Mart? Great Canadian Oil Change. Let's get my oil change. Maybe get a coffee. And I have personal experience when it comes to closing intersections. I'm going to put my other hat on. When I was the Gateway Mall manager, the city came to us and told us what the traffic lights on 13th Street caused us. Okay? Traffic lights. We had a traffic controller you know, they could get left, right, anywhere into our property. They said the case, dangerous, close to the bridge, they wanted to move the traffic. So we agreed. Our tenants didn't agree with the decision of the management. We were down sales for 2 months. That's all we were down sales. It took adjustments of 2 months. Once you change something, people will find a way. I'm a very proud customer of Truck Outfitters. I was just there the other day getting stuff on my truck. Oh, don't worry, I'll find a way to get there. And most of these people are a destination. You're going to get your oil changed, you have customers. You also have impulse customers. And I believe when PV Mart comes, that's one of the reasons PV Mart wanted the lights. They know what kind of traffic they're gonna draw. To me, more sales. And so I have personal experience with the closing of that Zellers intersection, that it affected us for 2 months and it came back. We are almost done that project, so that's why I said, let's not spend any money. Let's monitor it, agree to monitor it, put our counts out, and see what happens. Once we're done the paving this week of the one side, that thing will be fully open and operational. Then, once you see the traffic, it's easy to say, let's cut that medium. It's easy to say, let's put a U-turn in. But till we see the full volume of the traffic, we are not getting 29,000 cars a day like we used to before construction started. We made one mistake. We should have had the traffic counters out there during construction to see how low the traffic got, because I know lots of people that avoided that area. So we're almost done. Everything's in place that they want removed. So I don't see any harm by leaving everything the way it is for a little while and monitor it and ask them to come back to us in 6 months and say to us, give us a report on your sales. You know, because we don't know what's gonna happen. Nobody, it's all hypothetical. Are your sales down? Absolutely. I expected it right from day one, as soon as I seen what was gonna happen. I've experienced that 3 or 4 times. That whenever you get construction, you're gonna get a downfall because people are going to avoid the area. So that's why I made the motion. It's almost completed. Let's complete the job. Let's monitor, see what happens. I do give Mr. Mogg credit. I don't mind his idea. I don't. But let's see first if it's necessary. The only reason I think it's necessary, and it concerns me, one thing he said, I certainly won't want traffic scooting across there to turn left to go west. That to me is more scary than them coming across to him. So there is issues, but I think what we have to do is let it open. Let's finish the paving, let's open, and let's see what the traffic is. And let's see what the traffic flow's done, because we don't know that. And so that's why I'm a little afraid, because I do know the traffic PV Mart's gonna draw. They're a great corporate citizen, they have great customers. And so I believe we're almost there. Let's finish the road, let's monitor it for the next 4, 5, 6 months, and then come back, and if they still have issues, then look at what Mr. Mogg proposed. But I think first we should see how it flows. Thank you.
Councillor Head.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do have a couple questions, and a few things to state as well, I guess. So question for the director. The cost that you're implementing are suggesting it's $320,000 for option 1. What does that entail?
Thank you.
Director.
Thank you for the question. So it entails quite a bit of work because the road has been completely redesigned and reconstructed to accommodate all the lanes and the turning lanes. So when you're talking about the crown of a road has a crown to it to shed water. And if it was just a median with no accesses and no turns, each side of the road, the north side, the south side, westbound lanes, eastbound lanes would have the same kind of watershed, same slope, a 2% slope or grade on it across the lanes. But because we have inside turning lanes, you have to account for them. So wherever the inside turning lanes, you want that turning lane to also shed in the same direction as the other lanes. So what you have is a center line that shifts. And along with that shift, there's also the concrete work. So in those options, like option 1, we have to remove all of the concrete work and all of the asphalt on the first layer so that we can reshape the asphalt so that when you do that crossover, you're not going to drop down into a steeper grade so that's safe, so it's a smooth transition from eastbound to westbound lanes. So it's rather expensive because it's a large area. That's about 200 and so meters of work, and it crosses the center lane plus the two inside lanes, so that's 3 lanes of traffic that have to be reshaped.
So, I mean, if we were to status quo, I guess, it was gonna cost substantially more than the 320,000 that you're citing today. If we were to go forward and do nothing today, to remove it is gonna cost more if you're adding asphalt, adding concrete? More than 320,000. Let's say we, as a suggestion here, wait a year, let's look at it now. It's gonna cost more than 320,000, correct?
No, this cost is, well, I guess there would be a small difference because the eastbound lanes don't have the second lift on them yet. So that one lane where it says 15th Street East, the inside lane going east, doesn't have a second lift on it yet. So I guess you could say that portion could be saved versus, in a year from now.
Now, you highlighted in your options here, all the vehicular conflicts. How many vehicular conflicts were there previous to this median going in place? If any?
Well, actually more, because the center lane was open to turning anywhere you wanted to.
Right.
So basically, even more than the 43 points, because you could turn at any time. You could pull a U-ball in the middle of the street if you wanted to. It would have been allowed. That is one of the problems with the center lane. It can work at lower traffic levels. People keep referring back to Second Avenue.
Or Cornerstone even.
And well, Cornerstone is not the same because there's no access to 15th Street except for at the intersections. You cannot cross the boulevard and the grass to get to any of the parking lots. But on Second Avenue West, the traffic counts are lower than on 15th Street, and the intersections are farther apart now because we've removed traffic lights. So the chances of sitting in that inside shared left-hand turning lane and facing another vehicle going the opposite direction has been lessened. Here, with our traffic counts at 28,000, that number will increase. So there's more chances where you're going to make a left-hand turn and someone coming the other direction is going to make that same left-hand turn because they want to go somewhere else. And when we're talking about the U-turn, it was raised that that could be unsafe to do the U-turn and cross the lanes. Opening the center lane is no different than the U-turn. The U-turn is controlling where they can make that change, where they can make that turn. Opening it all up leaves it open to the person's discretion to start at any point, start their turn anywhere. And the issue is, in the future, on the north side of this roadway, there's going to be future development there. The phase 2 and phase 3 of that PV Mart development has more businesses coming. And if we were to leave the middle all open, that means that you can make now left-hand turns into their development anywhere, which would cause more conflicts.
I wasn't aware of that there was other development going on, and that's not a part of this report. So I don't know if that was the part of the planning as well, or communicated to the small businesses. I don't think that was the case. Sorry? Well, they weren't aware of it, and that's why some of them are here today, and why we had this motion today. So I guess some of the comments I've heard, and I went there today, there's a lot of issues with even the current setup with the trucks leaving. Big trucks coming in and going. They're using a back alley to access that place, and I don't know if that's going to be temporary or ongoing, but I've seen at least 4 big trucks in there in the hour I was in that parking lot, and there are some struggles there. You know, some of the comments I'm hearing from residents, there is a business slowdown and or reduction of some of the business that they're receiving. And yes, maybe some of it could be slowdown of work, but there is a sense that the median is causing some of that restriction. You know, a lot of the comments I've heard, I think the collective group in that area would like to see option 1, possibly, and I know that comes with a higher cost. Option 2 is one that I can hear they can live with, but simply doing nothing today is not acceptable for our small businesses. I've heard them loud and clear today, and I hope council has heard some of them as well. We should do something. And so I'm not supporting this information simply as receiving and filing and waiting, because I can't see us setting that priority a year from now to rip out this road when we have other projects going on. We have other business to conduct. It's difficult to go back. I think now we have an opportunity to address it today, and we should. So I'm not supporting this. I think at least option 1 or 2 would be more palatable and I think favorable for the small businesses in that area. And if nothing else, looking at opening up as Brandy and Chad had mentioned, putting an opening there. So simply information received and filed, I'm not supporting. I think we should be doing something. We ought to be doing something for our small businesses today. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Ogrodnik?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I don't often regret the decisions I make when I vote. This one I do. I wish I would have listened to the director when he advised us not to put lights at 4th Avenue and not to create lights. That was the recommendation. We didn't listen. And we said, no, we want lights there. And then we proceeded to have this development and make this mess that we're currently in right now. And so I take responsibility for what I think is making a wrong decision as a councillor. I'll take that responsibility. And so Mr. McKay and Mr. and Mrs. Mogg, thank you for your presentations and thank you for bringing that forward. I too think that we need to rectify this. I agree with what you said about things were working. I accessed these businesses here and crossed, the old when they had that middle lane, the old 15th Street, and at times, yeah, it was scary, but there was always breaks in the traffic coming from the west going east, so that if you were going to turn, you had to turn into that middle lane and then eventually get into the 2 lanes to go west. And there was times where, yeah, I thought, thankfully I didn't get hit when I pulled out to do that, but it worked. I think it worked. And this, I don't think is a good solution for what we did. Like, I don't think what we did was good for the businesses on the south side, as you both presented. So I'm not going to vote in favor of the recommendation. I think we need to come up with a better solution to address these long-time business persons on the south side of 15th Street. Not saying that I'm not supporting Peavey Mart. I'm glad that we're going to have this massive development. I'm glad we have phase 2 and 3 coming there as well to fill in that space. I think the traffic is going to be an issue along there with, as the director said, the count. I'd like to know from the director, what is the traffic count on 2nd Avenue?
I'd have to look that up, but I think it's more like 20,000 up on the hill, and this one's 29,000.
Yeah.
And to the point that was raised earlier, I would estimate that traffic counts during construction were less than 50%.
Yeah.
Because it was reduced to 1 lane in each direction, and people did try to avoid it, the construction, which helps them be able to work. So
yeah, I avoided 15th
Yeah.
Street going to work every Tuesday, Thursday morning. I would go down 13th rather than 15th because I didn't want to go through the construction. So I'm one of those that avoided the area. Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Councillor Kilmer?
I just have a couple of questions. In just some logistics, I too visited there today and have been by that area a few times looking, driving, thinking. I'm wondering, in leaving the parking lot and leaving through Dr. Java's, going behind the car wash, is that city property that gets to 5th Avenue, that little between the building? I'm not sure the name of the building.
No, it's not.
What is city property
Just the right-of-ways, the roadways, so 15th Street and Fifth Avenue. We don't have property between any of those businesses.
Okay, and then to the left of Great Canadian Oil Change,
That's the Carlton Railway.
okay. Turning left off of Fifth Avenue, here's another question. Is that wide enough, turning on to 15th from Fifth Avenue? Is that wide enough for a truck? That is
Yes,
quite
we've
the
done
turn.
AutoTurn, which is a software program, and
Okay.
AutoTurn, we've put a tractor-trailer unit through there, in both coming out of PV Mart and coming out of the SGI on Fifth and on Fourth. So the roadways are designed so that the tractor-trailer unit can make that turn
Okay.
and line themselves up. The mountable curb is right on the corners on both sides. They're mountable so that if a tractor-trailer unit, if he misjudged it a little bit, he could still mount it and roll over it and continue on without upsetting his load or hitting a curb.
Okay.
But it's designed so that you make that turn, same with a vehicle, like your own car, and then you have a bit of an acceleration run so that you can get up to speed and merge into traffic because the lanes on the outside will be still green. So you'll be joining the traffic, and that's the need for that length of left-hand merged lane.
Right.
It's similar to what you would do on a freeway, but on the other side.
Right. Another question, the owners of, are they all the same owners of all the buildings, the Shell, the,
No. They're separate. Even though they may have the appearance that it's all one property, like in a Cornerstone situation, or at the South Hill Mall, where you might move from one business to another through the parking lot. That's similar here, but they are separate properties.
so then it is possible for the owner of the building right beside Fifth Avenue, the furthest south building, to fence off their property.
I
And
suppose
close
it would
the
be possible.
access?
I would think it would be highly unlikely because they would also block off their own customers.
Okay,
Some of the buildings, they're at a zero zoning here, so that the very edge of their building is right on the property line. For instance, the coffee shop, the edge of the building is right on the property line. I would say the drive-through is actually in the property next door.
okay, thank you very much.
Counselor Zerkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I like what Public Works has done there. I think they've created a corridor there that is safer with the increased development. They've done their job well, and that's because we've asked them to do that. It's not their fault we're here today discussing that, this item again. The problem is, administration doesn't have to deal with the financial implications of the local business people. That's what we do. That's our job. They've done a great job, and I thank them for bringing the report here today. Lots of detail, and I thank the speakers for being here today as well. What I'd like to see is a median between those two avenues that focuses on an entry point right into the middle of that cluster of small businesses on the north side. Just west of Western Financial seems to be right in the middle. That's an option I'd like to take a look at, where a few cars can pause in the middle lane and make that turn. I know it's not perfect. What Public Works has designed is a very safe flow of traffic with the concrete they've poured. But I'd like to see another plan that focuses on that specific area, designed east and west to allow that flow of traffic into that opening, into the middle of that cluster of businesses. So I'm still looking for win-win here. I appreciate some of the information that was brought, and in my view, this conversation needs to continue.
Thank you. So I have a question, I guess, is if I want to head west out of Dr. Java's or Jump, how do I get there? How do I head west? What's the route going to be to get out of there and head back west? Do we know?
I guess that would depend on the person and what they are wanting to achieve, but as far as if you came out of that parking lot and joined 15th Street, you'd be heading eastbound, and you'd have to go as far as 6th Avenue and then choose to go either north or south and then double back.
So not very ideal at all. And that's my biggest problem. And I listened to the conversation. I heard Mayor Dion say, you know what, the mall was able to recoup. But the biggest difference between the mall and the major corporation that it is it's not a small business and can afford, 6 months or a year trial. But I don't see that in some of these businesses that are there. So I'm not sold on the ideas that we have here. I'm not sold at all on the motion. My biggest problem is heading west. You can't get in there unless you go and do a U-turn past PV Mart. And then to get out of there, you're another 10 minutes, even in our small little city, to get back onto your route. And that's a problem in PA.
I guess the one alternative to that is what was asked earlier by another counselor about the shared properties and parking lots, which is what people do now, even before construction started. So when people do attend the coffee shop or the insurance agent or the gas station, and it's been observed, many people do that, is where they'll go over to Fifth Avenue, they come up to the lights, and then they can go left or right.
But it's not very conducive to do that U-turn.
Lots of people were doing that because leaving these entrances to these businesses, the traffic, say at 5 o'clock, it would be virtually impossible to cross the eastbound lanes to go westbound. So you would turn and go through the parking lots to Fifth Avenue and sit at the lights. And when the lights change, then you would be able to make that left-hand turn and go westbound. That's what people were doing before we started construction.
So they're cutting through the parking lot out past PA Insurance.
Correct.
So going around through Western Financial.
By the car wash.
Yeah, behind. So how can we talk to these businesses and make that easier for people to do that? How do we make some adjustments? How do we gather this group and say, hey, we need to cooperate, this is what's happening? How do we have a look at the other property on the west side, Carlton Trail, and see if we can get access to those lights somehow, some way? I think that it's not very well maintained there anyway. So I just think that we haven't looked or spoken enough to these businesses to come up with alternatives that needs to occur. I would have thought maybe before we come up with these ideas, we should have probably communicated with these businesses and checked to see what they would want and what alternatives we can have them agree to. But that's not what occurred. And instead they had to come today and do a presentation because they read it. This is a problem. And it's a problem, and I agree, yeah, Councillor Ogrodnik said we created this by supporting it, but if you were in this council chamber during that speech of PV Mart talking, we're not coming unless you build the lights. That's where that vote turned into a positive. develop that area and put a set of lights in so we can develop that area and attend. That's where it was. That's the discussion that I heard. It was an alternative. So I support my vote there. Did I think that we were going to create a mess like that? No, I didn't think so. I guess it might have been part of the report, but I don't think all of that was part of the report. So I do support my vote. I voted in favor of that PV Mart because it's a major corporation moving down into a busy spot that needs to be developed. That area was empty for how many years, and it's gonna increase traffic. But right now, we have some glitches. And to me, the communication didn't occur again with the businesses that are there right now and how we resolve these issues. And that needs to happen. We've talked several times in the last 6 months about communication. And we didn't reach out to the businesses, and I don't know why. Maybe we did and they didn't respond. I don't know.
If I may?
Sure.
To that? We did reach out the best we could. If you recall, during the design period this winter, we were in COVID lockdown. So we were unable to actually have a face-to-face person meeting with all the businesses. But we did reach out and we did supply each of the businesses with a notice and drawings both in April and in May, twice. Not once, but twice. And then our staff, my managers, did go to those locations when they were called upon by those businesses asking questions. And there were discussions about, when we would have the water and sewer turned off, so we were making improvements, when their access would be blocked and how they could share their access with the next business. We even made temporary accesses so that businesses could stay open during the construction. And all those periods of times, the drawings did reflect the medians that were going to be installed for the safety of all of the citizens of the city. So we did reach out the best we could, but we couldn't have what you would call a town hall meeting because of COVID-19 restrictions prohibited us from doing so.
And thank you for that explanation. I think my communication point was after we made our motion to take a look at what is possible. That's where I think that we should have had a discussion. And another point is yeah, we showed the drawings, but yeah, I'm looking at these drawings, and until I listened to the discussion today, I had no clue what these drawings said today. And I know what the issues are and what's coming and going. And if I given a drawing from a business and don't get an explanation, I don't know how to read these prints. It's not very clear. Anyway, I understand the COVID aspect of things. I just think that we can tighten our communications up a little bit. So, we're going to go to Mayor Dion.
I'm going to change my motion. That Public Works, for the next 6 months, monitor the traffic flows in that area and do traffic counts so we can see actually what the traffic's going to increase to, because PV Mart's going to be open shortly, and report back to council. And the reason I'm doing this is once it's up and operating, let's see what it does. And if we still have issues, we have a chance to correct it. But also, we'll see the traffic before PV Mart was 29,000. And let's see what the traffic increases. Because if it increases more from 29,000, which I think it will, I too was one of the people that every time I left that zone area, that I called it, went out and went over to Fifth. Because you could not get across that road because of the traffic, especially early in the morning and especially at 5 o'clock. You couldn't get out of there. You fill up at Shell and do your car wash. You were lucky that the car wash brings you out on Fifth because you could not get across that intersection. So I'm asking my motion that Public Works for the next 6 months monitor traffic flows, does counts in the area, and report back to council.
Councilor Grodnick.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just a question to the director. We have speed counts on many of our roads, and this speed is supposed to be 50 kilometers an hour. What is the speed, or do we have that information on 15th Street in that area, 4th, 5th Avenue, that area, going in either direction?
We do have that information. I don't have that right directly in front of me. I could look it up really quickly here, but you'd have to give me a moment. And if we go through with the motion that's being asked, we would monitor traffic flow and speed,
Yeah.
both.
But I'm interested in speed because I like, even if we opened up to turn, as you're going west, to turn into this cluster of businesses, it's exiting out, as Councillor Edwards mentioned. You know, how do you then get out of that cluster and go west after you bought your coffee or you got your oil change or whatever, other than going through all these businesses to Fifth Avenue safely? Or if we could create an intersection at Fourth Avenue and then turn west. I don't know if we can do that, but anyways, what is the speed? Because I find, I'd like to know that to see how fast vehicles actually are going on that road.
Just, I got it right here, just a second, 1 second. So, right in front of the Shell station, 57 kilometers an hour is the 85 percentile.
That's,
And,
yeah.
and in front of Exclusive Auto Marine, 48 kilometers an hour. So between 48 and 57. So it's actually slower between 5th and 6th, which makes sense because you're closing in on 6th Avenue, which is the busiest intersection in the city. And it's a little faster between 4th and 5th from the PV Mart to the Shell and the SGI. The last count was 57 kilometers an hour.
So it's faster going east than
No,
west?
that's both directions.
Oh,
That's
both
the average
directions.
of the two.
Okay.
57 kilometers an hour is
Okay.
the average of the 85 percentile, meaning 85% of the vehicles are going that speed or slower.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Head.
Thank you again, Deputy Mayor. I listened to some of the comments and looking at the new motion, I just want to point out that that back lane is, not proper access. We need to give our residents proper access. So this motion is more of the same. Let's file and do nothing with it. As 6 months brings us to March, we know we're not going to be paving till June. This doesn't do much for our residents, our small business owners today. So I'm not supporting this motion as it stands.
Counselor Kilmer.
I'm wondering if the mover would be willing to add, or if this doesn't, I'm not quite sure how to move forward with this, but as Councillor Head was discussing, I feel like perhaps if the mover would add, and discussions with the property owner that has the access point to Fifth Avenue, how the city can support that during the next 6 months. Like, can we clean, snow remove, like, there's just things that we can help. That block, if we're gonna study it, like if it's going to continue and be monitored, we need to increase as much access to those properties as possible and support it then, so that, there's something. And we're not just doing this on the back of those two business owners. So I'll leave it at that.
Mayor Dion.
So I'll add a number 2, that Public Works meets with the owner of the property. It's the Shell, I would assume. The Shell, to see how we can assist them to allow the traffic to flow between the car wash and, I don't know what I'm gonna call that building. Used to be the liquidation place.
Used to be Audio
Oh,
Warehouse, yep.
okay, so the building to the south of the car wash, to the point that we even look at putting a layer of pavement down. Because that's the way I go, it's not paved. So that may assist the property owner too, to allow the traffic to flow out that way. Is that what you're looking for? Okay.
Counselor Zerkowski.
Thank you. Couple of questions so I understand. Why 6 months? And number two, are we saying now that we're going to ask Public Works to go in there and do snow plowing? And I know you clarified that, so thank you, that we're looking at putting down some pavement down to encourage access back in there between the two buildings from Fifth Avenue. I'm not sure of the intent of two. What sort of resources are we looking at putting in there?
Mayor Dion.
They remove the snow right away at their own cost. It's part of their cleaning of the lot. I'm suggesting that we meet with him to make sure that he understands what we're gonna do, that we're gonna direct traffic. And that's why I suggested the simple answer, maybe it's not a big area that's not paved, but it's not paved in between, all the rest of the lot is paved except for the area that's, I thought it was actually a back alley because it looks like a back alley. And that's why I suggested paving it, then that would be easier for him to do snow removal. But I wouldn't agree to snow removal at this point. I do know the owner and they're quite cooperative. And I actually thought that was our property because it looks like a back alley in between the two buildings, but I do know it's not paved. And it wouldn't take much pavement to solve that problem.
Why 6 months?
Counselor Zerkowski. Mayor Dion. Oh, he doesn't have his mic on.
Sorry, I missed that. Why 6 months? Sorry.
Well, because by then PV Mart will be open and the traffic will be back to normal. People will get back to traveling to 15th. That, that it now goes to 13th, other ways to get down.
Yeah.
I could
So-
even make it 4 months, but,
Yeah.
I'm thinking PV Mart's gonna open and everything hopefully gets back to normal, that the traffic will get back to play.
Yeah. So this is where I am, Mr. Chairman. I'm really uncomfortable with, it sounds like we're evolving into a we versus them conversation. And I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't think we need to go there. Frankly, I think as the development evolves on the north side of the street, then we too can evolve to ensure that the traffic flow on 15th is as safe and as fair as it needs to be. Right now, we've asked Public Works, as the result of putting the lights in and widening that street, part of that job with the standards that come between the front and back cover of the national standards, I suppose, maybe it's a blue binder or a red binder, I don't know, that this is the design they came up with. What I'm saying is, I think we need to pause, take a look at, and continue the conversation. Can we come up with a design, reconfigure that middle median so it is not so wide, focus on that entrance into the middle of those small businesses so that an opportunity to come and go is available. We don't have that design in front of us. To be honest, I sort of half expected to see that, and it wasn't here. I'd like to see that design plan before I take a look at this. And then I know the cost. $300,000 seems a little excessive. $150,000 seems a little excessive. What is the cost of the plan if you take out all that concrete and focus so that traffic has an opportunity to turn into and leave in the middle of the cluster of small businesses? What does that look like and what's the cost? Once I have that information, then I can make a decision going forward, what's best for the vehicle traffic and what's best for the small business. Right now, I don't feel like I have all the information. There's a design that's absent in the report, and I think that's important to consider.
If,
Go ahead, Director.
I was just going to add to the mayor's comment and Councillor Kilmore and Councillor Zirkowski. So on the timing, we can take traffic counts and speed counts until it gets too cold. Once it's, there's snow on the ground, the traffic tubes have to be pulled up. So we could probably count through the rest of September and through October till the end of October. And then, so we'll have a good, hopefully 6 weeks of information, hopefully, or maybe more if we have a nice fall. To the point, Councillor Zirkowski asked about trying to find the middle of that entranceway. The difficulty there was that we were trying to find the middle point between 4th and 5th Avenue to maintain the safety distance between the traffic lights. The more you move that U-turn closer to 5th, the more difficult it becomes for vehicles to maintain a clear line of sight when they're trying to enter back into the flow of traffic. If the entranceway of the that's presently now in front of the financial business there, the SGI agent, if that was farther west, or if it was in front of the coffee shop and lined up with the U-turn, that would at least put it in the middle of the two intersections between 4th and 5th. So the farther we move it towards 5th, the more difficult it becomes at 5th Avenue for traffic conflicts. The cost dollar value is going to be about the same because you're moving it back and forth. But the risk is higher the closer you get to an intersection. And we can look at all of that and report back to you on that.
Yeah, I'm not overly comfortable with the 6 months in there either. It's too long. Councillor Head.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, for sharing that. And I know there's been some exceptions in the past. I look at Dairy Queen and I look at Prince Albert Brewing Company. Both are very close to the lights on either side, whether it be 13th or 15th, but we made those exceptions for those business owners. So I would think that'd be the same thing here. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote. Yeah, oh, how did I do that? Okay, and the vote is open. Councillor Lennox Zepp.
Yes.
Okay, and the motion is defeated 5-4. Councillor Zirkowski.
So I think at this point then, I'd like to make a motion, asking administration to come back with a design that reflects an opening in front of the middle portion of that cluster of businesses on the south side. And just so we're clear, if I may, if that means a redesign of that whole median, then that's the case. But how do we, again, allow access and make it as safe as possible, allowing that to happen for the next executive meeting?
Counselor Cody?
I think, Councillor, you have to be more specific than that. You can't just say cluster. I don't think I know what cluster means. I know where the businesses are. I go along there all the time and support all of them. And I think you have to tell me exactly within the inch where you want to go. Because these folks here in administration have come up with 4 options. None of them are satisfactory to anybody. I think they were great. They were as best they can do. So let's now at least give exactly where you want to be, and then we'll get the dollar figure and see if it works, if it's even feasible, for safety's sake and for the sake of the businesses there. If it's not going to be feasible, and if it's not going to be workable, if it isn't going to be reasonable cost, let's get on with the show.
Counselor Kilmer?
My concern is timing and the construction season. So the executive is in 4 weeks. So the overall of all of this, making quick decisions are not always the best. So I'm just thinking about timing and whether or not we're going to end up within 6 months regardless.
Be for October 4th. It wouldn't be for this Monday. Counselor Zurkowski?
Thank you to my colleague across the floor. I'm going to change this, and again, I think motions like this, where we have more voices involved in the conversation, although it takes some time, hopefully at the end of the day, we get to a good solution. So, we've had lots of discussion. So perhaps we can send it straight to City Council for the 27th and not wait for an executive and then wait for another council meeting. There is a council meeting on the 27th of September. Thank you. And to respond to my colleague across the floor, I think he makes a very valid point. The cluster I was speaking of, and I believe the address is 463 15th Street East, what would be between where you may sometimes deposit your money and get a cup of coffee in between there. 463 15th Street East, or a bowl of soup. Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Head?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Zurkowski, for that motion. I feel better about supporting this. I mean, I was leaning towards option 1 for our small businesses, or possibly option 2, but if we have another possibility to appease some of our small business, then we should look at that as well. I just want to suggest September 20th, I got an invite for an executive meeting, and then the 27th for a city council meeting. So we have the next 2 Mondays available. This can go to city executive next on the 20th and then 27th.
Yeah, not possible for the
My concern is that I
20th.
don't think it would be ready for the internal timeline of the city to have it available to us on our Thursday evening. Unless somebody jumps up and says, yes, no problem, we can make that happen, but I think we've been through that. So if council is willing, or if the executive committee is willing, maybe we can send it straight to council for discussion. And I agree with you, Councilor Head. I think once we have all that information, then we can maybe make the best decision of limited options to see what's in front of us.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote. Once I can. This one's not on me. So just while we're delayed here. I'm going to tell you what this chair is going to do. We're going to end up skipping a couple of speakers throughout the agenda and go back to them because we're going to take a short break to pause for supper. So bear with me as I read the agenda out and ask for different speakers.
We're just gonna use something. We're just gonna use one. Let's use this one. There you go.
Okay. The vote is open. Councilor Lennox Zepp,
Yes.
missing one. And I'll close. Motion is carried. Okay, moving on. 7.2, Culture Plan Update, Verbal Presentation, Judy McLeod Campbell, Arts and Culture Coordinator. Go ahead, Judy. Oh, I gotta add you here.
Maybe if you want to mention to their guests, if they want to leave, this is their opportunity to be in our COVID restrictions.
Yes, if there are guests in the crowd, yes, please feel free to leave. If you would like to, we'll give you that opportunity. Then thank you for coming out. Excellent. Thank you. And Judy, go ahead.
What am I pointing at here? Oh, there we go, there we go. Okay. You'll see it again.
Wonder where it would look good.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to provide an update on our municipal cultural action plan. I am going to do a little bit of background because I know there's a few new people on council that haven't heard a report on the culture plan before. So this process was in 3 different phases, and it started back in 2015 in the development phase. This initiative started in part through a grant from SAS Culture at the time, and they still do provide a community cultural engagement and planning grant, and we received match funding to be able to start the process of developing a culture plan for our city. So we had over 400 people engaged at that time. Phase 2, the plan was approved in July of 2016. So phase 2 was the writing of that plan. With that, of course, we did a cultural inventory as well. And then phase 3, which we're in now, is our ongoing implementation and evaluation. And those of you following the plan quite closely will notice that we do a thorough evaluation every year. And we are in year 5, so we actually have taken a bit of a pause this year to do a reflect and refresh as well. And I did include that in your meeting package. Prince Albert was one of the first northern communities to enter into a culture plan. So what is the culture plan? It's a set of achievable actions for PA to become a stronger cultural community. It supports the arts, preserves heritage, and enhances tourism for our city. Sherry, am I pointing the wrong way? Doesn't seem to want to go for me. The culture plan has 10 different themed action areas that you'll see in this diagram. I know it's a little bit small. 13 associated goals, 50 actions, and then 153 different initiatives. So that's a lot. We're definitely, oops, now it's going too fast. Sorry, guys, I think something got a little switched around here. Okay, so this is just a picture of, right from the beginning of the process of developing the plan. And it jumped ahead. We've had a working group. There's over 40 different people, 25 organizations as part of the working group. Of course, in the last year and a half to 2 years, we've been meeting through Zoom. So this is just a picture. And we still have 15 to 20 engaged at this time. Funding, this is just a little summary chart of the funding. As I said, back in 2015, we had a match grant with SaskCulture. Throughout the 6 years that we've been working on the plan, from development to implementation, the city's contributed just over $200,000. SaskCulture has supported this culture plan every year since the onset, with a total of $42,500. And then we've been able to access another $44,000. So we've almost met 50% of this funding that the city's contributed through other grants, sponsorship, and means, which is fairly significant. As I said, each year we do an evaluation. These were the highlights from 2020. I won't get into those today. I'm going to talk a little bit about this, and that was included in your report. I'm going to talk a little bit about the initiatives to date in 2021. So we have a virtual new and emerging event grant. As part of the culture plan, we've had 3 applications to date for that initiative. We have the Artists and Communities program happening, and that was a $20,000 grant from Sask Arts to be able to allow us to hire a coordinator and a mentor that's working with 3 artists from our community to create more opportunities for them to work in local community organizations. We have an outreach program with the YWCA that we've been doing, some of the programs at the Art Center, some of them at other locations for our newcomer groups, and particularly youth. The River Street signs that I'm sure many of you have seen in the 3 different locations along Kistapananik, which is our gathering place. The Orange Shirt Day initiative that you heard a little bit about earlier today, and we're looking forward to that education session that we provide on September 30th. And as she mentioned, again, that's an initiative of the Prince Albert Urban Indigenous Coalition, the Community Network Coalition. And then we have continued with some Indigenous interpretive signage, being able to share our Indigenous history out at Little Red River Park. This is a project that also meets the plan of the Little Red River Master Plan, and so we're looking forward to installing these interpretive signs that speak to the ancient Dakota village that was formerly Little Red River Park. So in terms of next steps, as I said, we've gone through a refreshed document. Our culture plan actually working group meets tomorrow. And we'll be looking at that refreshed document and prioritizing our initiatives further for 2022. But as you saw in your budget application, or pardon me, in your program, in your package, we did ask for an additional $10,000 to go to the 2022 budget to help meet some of those initiatives. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of people in the queue here. Councillor Ogrodnik.
Thank you. I'll move the recommendation.
Mayor Dion.
So I just have a question, because when I talk about a cultural plan, I look at our community as a whole, okay? And I think we're losing some of our focus, okay? And I don't want people to take this the wrong way. We have a large German population, a large Ukrainian population, and other populations that continue to grow, but I don't see anything in the culture plan to talk about what a diverse community we are, and that we should be celebrating, you know, what the German people brought here, the Ukrainian people, you know, some of the first settlers. And I don't see that anywhere in our culture plan. And I don't understand it, because a culture plan should be all-inclusive of your community. And so can you tell me what your plans are in the future to deal with the German population that we had, the Ukrainian, and other cultures that we do have? Because I see that's lacking in your plan. Or is that what your next meeting's for? And the extra money you're asking for is to develop a plan to make our community culture plan all-inclusive.
Go ahead, Judy.
You bet. The culture plan is meant for our entire community and it's all about creating a space and a place for everyone. There's no doubt about that. The history of this community and the fact that we have a population of 41% has definitely driven many initiatives with regards to showcasing, celebrating, educating our community about our Indigenous population, and to really look towards integration. So that has been a good part of the efforts. The working group definitely drives what we do. All of those groups have been invited to the working group. The Prince Albert French Society has joined that group. They have been a part of a few initiatives of recent that we've done in partnership with the Multicultural Council. Other groups, again, welcome anytime. We have also had a bit of a focus, as I mentioned, with our newcomer population and working with the YWCA and the Prince Albert Multicultural Council on that. And again, it's about sharing and learning from each other and really making people feel comfortable in our places and spaces. And it has, that's an example where it's worked. We've had newcomer groups now come to the Art Center, and we're starting to see some people register on their own. So offering some of those segregated, comfortable situations, but then a true integration in place for all.
Thank you, Councillor Head.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation and the report. It was quite an interesting read as I went through it last night. A couple of things, I guess. You know, I see that you're asking for some more money because you guys are expanding your operations and the work you could do. A lot of restrictions you had during COVID, so you know, I realize some of the struggles you had there. And just, I guess, a couple questions about your social plan. When do you plan to receive some of that, I guess? Yeah, one question there. And then you also had indicated that there's going to be an event this week, or September 23rd to October 23rd, so just getting a date for that. And then I appreciate some of the highlights that after taking a survey, some of the, you know, the work that you still needs to be done on the top 3 priorities. One being, you know, welcoming everybody to having, who are new to the community, you know, to feel welcome when they are coming here, regardless of the circumstance. So I like that piece of it. And there's a few others there that I think, but definitely a lot of work needed. And however we can support you in this room, I think we should. So thank you so much for being here tonight and being so patient as well through our agenda.
Yeah, so this, I think you're referring to the social plan, the community social plan. I can't speak to that. I think Craig could speak to that more than I have participated in the process a little bit, but I'll let him speak to that. Culture Days is an event coming up. It's a month-long. It used to be a 3-day initiative. It's a month-long initiative now. That started last year due to COVID, just to allow for more time, more opportunities, more spread of opportunities. It is virtual or in person, some activities of each. We've got about 25 different things going on, and I know the communications department will be helping us to get that information out. I did want to also note, though, that this Municipal Cultural Action Plan is our city's plan, and I'm reporting on the funding that the city provides, right, for some of those initiatives. But there's many initiatives that community organizations are doing towards the culture plan as well. And it's really helped them to leverage additional money too. Examples like the Historical Society, the Multicultural Council.
And Director, go ahead.
Yeah, very quickly, thank you, Councillor Head, for the question. Unlike the cultural, municipal cultural action plan, the social plan was actually led by a group in town called the Community Networking Coalition. They're a group, there's about upwards of 200 individuals involved with that group, led by a fantastic community leader. A number of years ago, council allowed us as administration to assist them in developing a social master plan. So that Community Networking Coalition is really based on meeting and getting together as a group. So obviously COVID has really put a complete halt to that. I do keep in continuous contact with that community champion, and you know, I know they continue to meet and do what they can and support other projects, but unfortunately once we're able to meet a little bit more regularly, I fear that they don't have the capacity to continue to move that forward, but it's certainly on the top of their and our minds.
Councillor Kilmer.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for this report. It was very enjoyable read and full of very good information for me as a new councillor. There's two things that I wanted to ask you. Maybe it's only one once I finish rambling. You said in there that you are looking for a $500 in the budget, projected budget, for positive and culture-related marketing stories, and that you had cut down your budget item there because, in talking with our communications director, the $50,000 positive economic stories that City Council had passed a few months ago to get in place, that because of that you cut back your ask for, and you said welcome week ideas, you know, marketing ideas of PA positive and culture stories. And then I look at this document, the action plan, and it is full of little gems that can be used in social media to exactly promote those. So my question is, what were you thinking of in terms of promotion of welcoming positive culture stories? And is $500 enough?
No, it's not enough. Yeah, I think when the positive storytelling project got underway, both in 2021 and 2022, I think some of the discussion that Kylie and I had around the culture plan, we did shelve it a little bit just because of that initiative. But that's not to say I agree with you that like we don't do enough celebrating, right? And sharing of all the good things. So there's not to say that we couldn't still have efforts in that area, but they wouldn't necessarily, if we do them internally, it's more time than it is money. So the $500 that I have now, honestly, is mostly for high quality photos. We've put a concentrated effort into that the last few years, and I really think it's paying off being able to show those community faces and community events. So that's what the target is there.
So those include photos like the one you had of the bandstand?
Of the what,
Is an
sorry?
example, the one of the, in your presentation, the one of the bandstand on?
Nope,
Was
that
that a
one
high
was
quality,
borrowed.
is that a high quality picture?
That's a high quality picture, but that was a borrowed one. So we've hired photographers though to go to different events very
Okay.
strategically. Like for example, Culture Days, we have 25 events coming up, but our budget's only gonna allow us to have someone at 3 of them. So we'll select 3 that we haven't done before and be able to get some new pictures.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Ogrodnik.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be very quick. Just the Municipal Culture Action Plan is all-inclusive. It is, Mr. Mayor. When it was designed, I mean, everybody in the world was consulted in our community. And I think that it does promote and it does enhance the multicultural makeup of our city. Coming up is Tapastrama, Mr. Mayor, and rest of council. That'd be a great opportunity to have lots of food and lots of multicultural entertainment. And as Judy mentioned, culture days. I mean, that again, many, many different activities are going on. And, different groups, like when we think about, at City Hall, Christmas time, I mean, it is a multicultural makeup there. So I think a lot of stuff is being promoted. I don't think that the focus is just on one. However, I think in this time period that we are as a city and as a province and as a country, we need to start understanding and focusing in on some of our First Peoples and the founders of this country, and acknowledge that. And so I think the stuff that has been accomplished, for example, the signage, the interpretive signs along the riverbank of the various cultural groups that have a tie to Prince Albert, the placement of those signs facing the river being the living water. I learned so much. And if people would take that opportunity, I think they would understand that we are in a very multicultural. And I look at it, even from my own cultural background of being of Ukrainian descent. I mean, you actually learn something from our Indigenous people and you relate it. You know what? My culture has that same idea. We just do it a little bit different, but the ideas are all there. The Multicultural Center Council, I mean, all the newcomers, that's what they want to learn about, is they want to learn about our Indigenous peoples. And so part of our programming there is to be inclusive and to include Indigenous ways of knowing on various kinds of topics. YWCA does the same thing. And so we are being very inclusive. It's not these groups that I don't think, jump out and say, look at me, look at me, look at me, what I'm doing. It's there. And it just, maybe we need to have our groups do a little bit more work on that so that the rest of the community can see what they're doing and how they're creating such great links between various groups in our community. So it's a great place, Prince Albert. And thank you, Judy, again.
Okay, thank you very much, Judy. We're going to go to the vote. Okay, and the vote is open. Councillor Lennox Epp. Councillor Lennox Epp.
Yes.
Thank you. Vote's closed, and the motion is carried unanimously. Okay, 7.3 Public Art Update, verbal presentation. Judy, once again, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so similar to the culture plan, we have a public art working group that helps guide the work around public art for our city. And there was no policy previous to 2016, so that was one of the first things that when I entered this position that we got started on was consultation with the community into a public art policy that would be able to address where we went with public art for future years. So in November of 2016, City Council approved that policy. We had, as I said, through the working group and consultations, town halls back in that day here at City Hall. And the policy does include a minimum $30,000 annual budget. And of course, it also was about setting up the public art reserve so that we could roll funds over year to year and not necessarily spend the $30,000 in one given year. Through the Community Services Advisory Committee, they also recommended, and the working group got right to this, was creating a long-term plan for public art. So in 2017, that plan was created and it was approved in the fall. And it was a 6-year plan, which is now extended to 7. It was attached in your report. I won't go into a whole lot of detail, But that plan, basically the working group, and again, from our consultation, decided to do kind of a number of things with that small pot of money, and that was to save for a large public art acquisition, and the goal had been 2021, but now we've extended that to 2022. Taking inventory and maintaining the current public art that we have has been a huge focus. Some small projects, things like the crosswalk art, temporary type projects, and also a public art partnership stimulus fund. And so the intent of that is to provide a matched fund to different groups in the community that might want to get more public art, pardon me, out into the community. And that's up to a $2,000, and again, it has to be matched. So those were the focuses of the long-term plan. And as I mentioned, our first task was taking inventory of what we have. And we went to the experts at the Mann Art Gallery who took that inventory and been maintaining pieces ever since. As you know, example just behind Councillor Ogrodnik was the extensive work done in 2019 and 2020 to that Cuneo painting of restoring it. You'll notice in the report, for some of you who've been around for a while, that the inventory format has changed. It's a much more user-friendly public art inventory that we have, and I'm sure you found it easier to follow than the old Excel document that we did have. So in 2021, we have been working hard on saving for that art acquisition, and the Public Art Working Group has been we've been working with an artist, Mary Longman, out of Saskatoon. I'm currently working with her to access a Canada Council grant, which combined with our 2022 budget ask would give us enough to acquire that important piece, which would be in Scarrow Plaza, and you can expect a report on that coming at a later date. So that's all I have, unless there's some questions.
Mayor Dion?
I'll move the recommendation, but again, without my comment, adding my comments. Have you looked at partnerships? And when I say partnerships, I just toured the back alley gallery that the Downtown Business District did in Saskatoon and used nothing but local artists. That's the key that I liked, nothing but local artists. And in some cases, very young artists, which would not have an opportunity to show their artwork in such a large format as they did. And I just think what they did back there is just a great, great idea. And it's I was shocked how many people were in the back alley, and they just opened it and they just did the one news story on it. And so I would like to see our Public Art Committee or whoever we have look at projects like this instead of waiting to do one. Let's get some partnerships and do a bunch. And there's partnerships out there, especially when it comes to supporting local artists. Like in our Indigenous family, boy, do we have artists. Oh, just amazed the artwork that I've seen. You know, and those are the kinds of projects that we should be supporting, our local, you know, lifting our local young people up that are artists. I even look at the program that, I don't know who even did it. Oh, Carleton School Art Program. When I look at the gallery that they've opened in South Hill Mall, there's a partnership. We should have been involved in that partnership. Instead of the names on there, we should have, our name as a city should be on there too. Because there's another great program, and I want to thank the teacher that did that. She's had shows for her Carleton students at the library. But one of the things we have to do is we have to come out with a way to your organization to get together so we can promote what we do have. Lots of people don't know we have that gallery at the South Hill Mall tied to Carleton. I just love it. Every time they get a new artist there, we go up and have a look. So I do believe that there's a lot more we could be doing if we spread our wings and took on some more partnerships.
Councillor Ogrodnik.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And again, I hate to contradict you, Mr. Mayor, but I'm going to. We do.
I've named 5 big projects that nobody knew about.
We do promote. I mean, we have the Winter Festival Juried Art Show. That's all local. In fact, for the last, I don't know how many years, I've presented your award, the Mayor's Award for the top in design. And it's a beautiful sculpture that's given every year. And they're all local artists.
And the diversity that's in that room is incredible. Then following that, we have the high school. And I don't know if it's a juried art show or not. Is it juried as well? Okay, the high school juried art show and sale at the Mann Gallery. So we do have a lot of local art. However, you also have to bring in, traveling exhibits and artists from across Canada and from around the world. That's what creates a great art community, and that's what they do. And so I heard Judy's presentation, which again was excellent. At the Community Service Advisory Committee, we spend a lot of time talking, and the members of that committee are in awe at all of the work that's being done in this community. Like the last meeting, they couldn't believe the fact that 5 or 6, 7 years ago, we had no plan in place. We had no forward thinking. And the previous council, prior to me being elected, and our council has pushed forward on all of these ideas and plans in place so that we can continue to afford it, develop it, and promote it. So I think we're doing a pretty good job. Can we do better? Of course we could. If we had a lot more money, we could do great things. We have partnerships. Thank you.
If I could, I would love to speak to a couple of things that I highlighted over. I did a fairly quick presentation knowing you have a long agenda tonight. But there are a couple of things I do want to mention. The Carlton Art Project that happened at South Hill Mall is fantastic. And they didn't need us, which is even more fantastic. And the more we build public art in this community, the more that type of thing will happen. I have had a conversation with Co-op who's interested in potentially applying for the partnership fund that we have. So examples like that, the call for the Indigenous artists that we did for the orange shirt design, that was a young Indigenous artist that created that design that we gave that opportunity to. There was also a group that came to us last spring, or actually late last winter, the Saskatchewan International Council for Cooperation, and they came to us to donate a mural. We, as a public art working group, looked at that project and thought, ooh, how can we connect this locally? The artist is from Regina, but they want to give us a free mural, so why wouldn't we take that opportunity? However, we linked them with Communities Building Youth Futures, and then there was going to be a workshop with the artist, that organization, and 8 local youth to create the mural together. Fantastic project that unfortunately got postponed because the artist has an personal emergency. But we're hoping to do that as soon as we can. So just a few examples of some of the partnerships that I know I didn't speak to that were in the report, but that are out there.
Thank you. Councillor Zerkowski.
Judy, thank you for what you do and the people that you gather around you. You certainly make our community healthier. You bring a lot of confidence to us, knowing that we're on the right track. And you probably don't hear that enough, so thank you for that. I'm curious if you've had a chance to chat with your colleagues in the administration about, similar to how percentage of a lot sale goes towards park development, have you had a chance to chat with them about, hey guys, what can we do? Can we take a small pot of the pie, small piece of the pie, say put some of that towards public art out in our community, so that you're not relying on some of these external, so that it's predictable, similar to how Saskatoon, Calgary, Regina fund their public art, I think is on a percentage of lot sales. Have you had that conversation?
We definitely had that conversation when the public art policy was developed, for sure. And researching other cities like Calgary, Saskatoon, Brandon. For sure, we looked at a percentage. To be honest, at that time, the community and the public art working group didn't feel ready, would probably be the right word, to go there, and wanted to do an annual budget instead. Also, we had to look at the number of capital projects that our city does, and would it end up being a win, right? So some years it would, some years it wouldn't. but it's certainly something, the public art policy is, you know, policies evolve, right? And it's something on our radar to reevaluate the public art policy in 2023, once our 7-year plan is achieved.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we're going to go to the vote. The vote's open. Councillor Lennox up.
Yes.
Thank you. Vote's closed, and we're carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Judy. We're going to go to 7.4, State of the Playground. Verbal presentation from Mr. Yeaman, Parks and Open Spaces Manager.
Okay. Are we ready to go? Okay, so just give you a little bit of background. This project, State of the Playgrounds, actually started back in 2018. As a department, we actually looked into our playgrounds and actually began to take a little bit more in-depth look at what we had for inventory and how that inventory looked over the next few years as far as being sustainable and being able to use it. We currently have 29 playgrounds that we manage, the structures and the play spaces themselves. Back in 2018, in my report, I had mentioned that we had a budget of about $20,000 that we used to maintain these 29 play spaces. So that worked out to roughly about $645 a year to try and invest back into playgrounds, which was not a lot of money. $645 would maybe help provide with a few repairs in some of those areas, but we recognized that we had a bigger issue moving forward. And that was how would we reinvest in those playgrounds? How would we redevelop them if needed, or how would we replace them without a substantial budget? So that's how the State of the Playgrounds report came into play, and I did attach a copy of it to your agenda for your review to give you a little bit of background. In 2019, we went to a budgeting process and we came to council with some recommendations on how you could better fund the playgrounds. And actually, we asked for an operational support of $100,000 to invest into playgrounds, as well as looking at adding an additional $50,000 to the operational side of things. So we had $100,000 in capital investment, and $50,000 in operational that was added to our budget. So what that allowed us to do was to take that money and reinvest it into our playgrounds. And then in 2021, we also had an additional $30,000 added to our $100,000 capital project. And at that time, I remember very clearly council saying, if you're going to come and ask for something, make sure you ask for it all up front. Don't come back to us year after year and continue asking us for more money if you require it for development of these playground purposes. And we recognize that furniture, security, lighting was all a part of the playground development, so that's where that extra $30,000 came into play. So in 2019, this is when we really began the journey. So we actually took those dollars and we wanted to show council that we could be wise with our spending and make sure that we reinvested properly and make sure that the community benefits the most from it. So we're able to reinvest a total of $220,000 back into these 19 playgrounds. And actually we made improvements such as the edging, the bordering of the playgrounds. We put in furniture such as benches, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans. We also looked at investing another $49,000 out of that money into a new swing set at Southwood. But then we also had our new playground. So our first new playground in the city since 2017 was built at Muzzy Drive. Spent approximately $129,000 there. But I want to also highlight the fact that we can't do this without community partnerships. And Crescent Acres Community Club really came on board and were able to partner with the city and provide an additional $10,000. And that's what helped purchase the Oodle Swing for that location, which the community currently enjoys. But we also had another great community partnership with Canadian Tire Jumpstart, and Malcolm Jenkins and the city, and we invested just over $1 million into the new Alfred's Playground at the Alfred Jenkins Field House. So we had a total investment of $1.3 million in 2019. But with me, I always like to take on the challenge and ensure that we can actually do better into the next year as well. So 2020 offered us a few different challenges with COVID. We certainly knew that we had some challenges ahead of us, but we saw a total of, an additional total of just over $1 million reinvested into playgrounds at that time. We saw an expansion to the Alfred Jenkins Fieldhouse Playground, which is now the largest playground in Western Canada. Great aerial view from Google Earth. If you're ever on Google Earth, you can actually see the playground from space. So quite a cool thing to look at. And then in 2021, we also, I wanted to also highlight in 2020, we also had the Lions Park Playground, which we actually built a brand new playground there. But with Malcolm Jenkins, he also partnered with us on building a brand new spray park for Lions Park. So just all around a really great partnership, and we certainly continue to look for those partnerships as we move from year to year. In 2021, our focus was AC Howard Playground, and that's where we spent an additional $130,000 this year. And that playground site actually, that park site actually benefited from a playground being built separately from the sand area. So we actually have two different zones for playing there, but also all the lighting is being replaced. There's brand new furniture going into that park. So all of that should be done and completed by the end of this month. And we also took the additional $70,000 and spread it across the remainder of the playgrounds. One of the things that we look for when we go out and we inspect our playgrounds is opportunities. So Miller Hill Playground, the main play structure that's there, we recognize that all the wood was rotting on that play structure. So we actually hired a contractor to come in and replace all the wood and reattach all the play equipment that was attached to that structure. So we'll be going out and inspecting it tomorrow, but we want to preserve that structure. So when we do get to replacement of playground equipment for that zone, that we look at it, adding an additional playground that would complement that original piece of play equipment. So in 2021, we had a total investment of $200,000. So in the early days of the report, just for council's refresher, 75% of our playgrounds were identified as being obsolete. So really, we're trying to discover what that actually meant. Other than the playground supplier was no longer in business, it also meant that parts for the playgrounds would be difficult but not impossible to obtain. But over the past 5 years, so starting in 2017 up until this year, we've been able to continually review and assess our playground improvement opportunities, prioritizing that work with just over $2.6 million reinvested through important partnerships, grants, and increased funding provided through council. So we continue to recognize that playground replacement priorities do change and will change from year to year, and have identified 3 potential playgrounds that fall into the lowest levels for replacement and ranked at a level 1. So level 1 means the worst of the worst, 10 meaning the best of the best. So Carleton Community Club, we recognize that there's opportunity this year or in 2022 to work with the community club through partnership. They're in the process of actually doing some fundraising to raise some funds towards this project. But what we want to do is look at the outdoor rink area, pave that area, and allow for half of the court to be basketball for the youth and for the older, doesn't matter, youth from 12 till 99. It all depends on how young you feel. So, but we also recognize that there's an increased excitement about pickleball in our community as well. So the pickleball club has stepped up and they're willing to be a part of this project and do half of the court in pickleball as well. James Isbister, so we're considering improvements which would include potential conversion of this space to a portable skate park location for the spring and summer months. Consideration to resurfacing of the existing basketball court, replacement of basketball poles, backboards, hoops, lining of the court surface, etc., as well as the addition of lighting, security cameras to make this a usable space. The department is currently working on securing partnership grant funding opportunities to make the necessary investments into the space for 2022. And then, as we all know, we have the partnership with the Rotary Club for Little Red River Park, so that project will be beginning. And we do have some finalized plans, concepts of how the site looks. So we'll be presenting those to council in the very near future here. But very excited to see how that's all coming together. So one of the things that we continue to consult with our communities. We continue to consult with those using our playgrounds. But one of the financial implications is that we recognize that we certainly appreciate council redirecting funding to playgrounds, and we're certainly supportive of allowing us to continue on with the funding levels that you provided. But I have given you a couple of options that were in last year's budget, and one was to maintain the current funding source at the levels that you've provided to us. But the second consideration would be to double the capital portion and allow us to work on 2 playgrounds a year in order for us to get caught up. We're almost there, but it doesn't hurt to ask, but we certainly would ask that you allow this to go to budget consideration, and at that time, allow us to speak to the considerations that are made before you.
I screwed that up. Thank you, Tim. Sorry, I was pushing buttons accidentally and I got the order, but we're okay. We'll go to Councillor Head.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do have a question, I guess, before this gets moved, because I do think it's important that we, invest in our playgrounds. And going to Carlton Park myself, using the ice rink and attending events at City Council, definitely needed there. But I'm just curious as to why the asphalt is being looked at. I mean, is it not out of the mandate of this monies that you're asking for specifically around play structures? I know the play structure at Carlton Park has a swing set and nothing more really. And so looking at putting a basketball court doesn't actually, asphalt, because it's just saying, the report saying that it will be considered. Doesn't even say that, we build the parking lot, they will have this in place. So I don't know if that commitment's gonna happen. I know we're not in budget time yet, but just asking that question now, see what your response would be.
Correct. So thank you very much for the question, Councillor Head. It's very important that when we go into our communities, that we look at the demographic of our communities, we look at the needs of our communities. What we've recognized over the last several years is not every area of the city requires a full onset playground. When we take a look at Carlton Community Club, it's definitely a gathering place for community, but there is really not a large enough space to look at a playground setup in that location. So what we did do was we did consult with the community club. We did consult with some members of the community to ask what were they looking for specifically within that community and what would they like to see developed. 2 things that came up were the youth within that community needed a place where they can go congregate and have some fun, and that's where the basketball concept came from. And then some of the seniors and older people who are actually getting into the pickleball part of it, that's where the pickleball portion of it came from. So we want to take a look at, be responsible with the funds that we're being given, but also give community an opportunity to speak into what they would like to see, but also serve the community based on the recommendations that they're providing for us to make sure that it fits the community properly and that they're able to use what's being provided.
Thank you.
Councillor Ogrodnik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Tim, for the report, and I just very quickly, I'll move the recommendation, and very quickly just want to mention that these last items were discussed in length at the Community Service Advisory Committee. And I will tell you that the members of the Community Service Advisory Committee, whether they have children or not, were in awe that, again, we have a plan in place for our playgrounds. And they see the results of that work and of that report that you put together, Tim. So thank you for that. And they see that, and my colleague at the end here, Councillor Zurkowski, always says, how does this help? If we're going to spend this money, how does this help our community? They see it. They see the progress that's being made, and the fact that not every playground has to, as he said, has to have this play structure, that some will have basketball courts, some will have splash parks, some will have this and this and this, and that makes, pardon? Some will have toboggan hills, exactly. And I thought, actually, and that came up, the toboggan hill at Southwood. But you know what? It fits the need of that community, because it's going to be a toboggan hill for younger children. They don't need
a little red. If you have a toddler, you need just a little hill, and that's what that's going to fit. So again, it's because of the demographics of the area of the community, that's what's happening. And so Tim has put a wonderful report together, and I support it 100%, and so does the public that sits on that Community Service Advisory Committee. They see the results, they see what's happening, and they fully support it. And what they said, actually, some said, I just wish the general public would see all of this work and all of these reports that you guys see, and what you're trying to do with the taxpayers' money. They said, I just wish the public would see that it is money that's being spent that helps the community, and the community members see it. So thank you, Tim, for the report.
Councillor Zerkowski.
Thanks, Tim. That's quite a large number, that partnership number. That's an interesting one to chart. 5 years ago, 3 years from now, that's going to be an interesting one. So I appreciate those conversations you're having in the partnership realm of either consulting, as Councillor Gronick said, with local in neighborhood communities, and the private folks as well, and the organizations, the service groups. I'm looking at the budget ask, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. And then I need to remind myself that no matter how pretty and elaborate or new the equipment is, I'm still landing on wood chips. So how close are we to discontinuing the use of wood chips in our playgrounds?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Councillor Zerkowski, thank you. So we have transitioned away, we're transitioning away from what's called post peelings to FIBAR. FIBAR is the next best option in our toolkit to be able to utilize. It actually, the FIBAR actually acts as a webbing when it meshes together and creates a bounce, but it's also fire resistant. So it's not like some of the issues that we've had around playgrounds where they've been lit on fire because of the post peelings. In order for us to even consider moving towards a rubberized surface at most playgrounds, we would have to double our budget or more for every playground. It's the rubberized surfacing that actually costs a lot of money. So if you think for Alfred Jenkins Field House, the rubberized surfacing for up there was well over $500,000 to complete. So to have those type of budget dollars would be great, but we're also looking at from a cost-effective budgetary standpoint. We want to be responsible with what you're giving us, and to achieve a rubberized surfacing for all playgrounds, I just don't think is achievable at this time.
So it's going to take us a while to get there. Has the use of sand and regular maintenance, the rototiller and the adding of it, has that been considered? Because 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it wasn't maintained, and it was hard as concrete because it wasn't being rototillered or added to or fluffed. So what do I tell my residents and my parents that call me and say, hate these wood chips, why don't we use sand?
Correct. So we always, CSA standards for playgrounds are changing all the time. So we try and stay at that level or above, right? So we're always looking and educating ourselves on what the best next surfacing product is. Sand is great. So if you go up to AC Howard Park, you'll definitely have a look at, we did refurbish the sand area. We actually dug out some of it, replaced a lot of it, rototilled it. And there's got to be a maintenance program with that. You can't simply just build a playground and then walk away from it. We recognize that, and we're committed to making sure we follow through on the maintenance end of things, because again, as I've spoken with council, it's about the legacy that we leave behind, right? If we're just going to build something and not care for it afterwards, then we're really doing the community a disservice, and we shouldn't be conducting business that way.
So you say that the long-term goal is rubberized, but that's going to take us a long time to get there, and we're going to have to put up with the wood chips until then?
Yeah, so Councillor Zerkowski, I would challenge you on looking up what FIBAR is,
Okay.
right? It's an educational process for sure, and I understand that. FIBAR is much different than wood chips. So when we use the words and interchange them loosely, it's very difficult to get the right perspective. But if you look up FIBAR and you look at what the product is, They're actually specifically engineered for playgrounds, and that's what creates those nice spongy surfaces. So if you go up to Muzzy Drive has engineered fiber product. If you go up to any of our older playgrounds, such as Agnew, you probably find wood chips in those locations. So I just want to assure you that what we're working towards as far as putting into the playgrounds, AC Howard Park would also have engineered wood fiber as well. So we're definitely being very mindful of that wood or the surfacing material and making sure that we're moving away from the wood chips.
Mayor Dion.
I'm being challenged what I've been saying. We're going to be a little positive, okay? Even though you're missing something out of your report. When you say that, you know, that you'd like to double your budget, of course, you probably won't get my support, but because you leave out one thing. You granted, we give you 100,000 here, 100,000 there, but I also do remember that we give you 300,000 to help with the playground with Jumpstart. Probably even more than that. You know, we're asked to give money for, if I remember, for the place across the river. We're gonna have to put money into that. So you have to take that into consideration when you do your budget. Those are big, big numbers. I bet you if you looked over the last 5 years, the previous council and some of this one, we've probably given you over 800,000 extra in funding. So that's why I want you to be cautious when you're coming to this budget. Like, we've been very forthcoming when it comes to recreation and playground equipment, and so you have to take that into consideration. Can we do a lot more? Boy, I could give you $2 million tomorrow, and it won't be enough. You know, so we have to be frugal, and we have to be and that's why I appreciate what you're doing. You're being very targeted. You're looking at it but you still have to remember the funding. If you want that extra, I have no problem with that, but then we've got to cut out these bigger projects where you're asking us to give $500,000 to. You know, and you have to remember those, and it's nowhere in your report. So that's why I brought that up. That
Right.
council has stepped up when you've come here and to ask us to join Jumpstart, we did. You know, no hesitant, okay? But that was 6 figures.
Right.
And so you can't forget that.
And Mayor, just so you know, it's not lost on me or our department that council's been very generous. We wouldn't have been able to accomplish what we have without your support. But it never hurts to ask. I'm very enthusiastic and I'm very passionate about playgrounds. So if I don't ask, you don't receive. But I'm certainly
In
happy
your
to receive the current funding.
18-minute presentation, I
And we
Quite
thank you
clear.
for that, Tim.
No
We
problem.
thank you for the work
Thank you
you've
very
done.
much.
You betcha. So we're gonna go to the vote. And the vote's open. Councilor Lennox Zepp,
Yes.
who are we missing? Oh, well, I don't know who we're missing. The mayor. The mayor is talking. Motion is passed unanimously. Okay, and we are going to do 2 more items here. We're going to do 7.5 and we're going to do 7.9 prior to us breaking. So we're going to go to 7.5, rates and fees, Cook Municipal Golf Course. Verbal presentation, Jody Boulay, Director of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also want to recognize we have Darcy Myers here, Head Professional for Cook Municipal Golf Course, and appreciate his work on this information that we do on an annual basis. On an annual basis, it is a requirement of the department to provide 3 options under our annual fee setting policy for the golf course to the Golf Course Advisory Committee. Through that work, I work very closely with Darcy on what our overall outlook looks like for the coming year, but also meeting some of the needs prioritized within the asset management plan for the golf course that's been approved. Moving forward, we do have 3 recommendations for consideration in 2022. The first from the Golf Course Advisory Committee is a 4% increase to the rates and fees schedule. And then we have two other recommendations. First, the sponsorship funding for Cook Municipal Golf Course to be allocated and invested through our Golf Course Improvement Reserve. And then also an annual allocation from our pathway fees and our cart rental amounts that we collect on an annual basis to be dedicated for the purposes of repair and reconstruction work for our network of pathways on the golf course. Currently, the reserve is funded through surplus revenue from the operations each year. We do our best to generate that, and in most years do see some level of a surplus after operations are considered. However, that amount is difficult to predict in a given year due to many of the different factors, in some cases out of our control, such as different conditions that could come through weather. And in a short season, we have to try to get through a large amount of volume in a short period of time, and that's what generates our revenue. And at the end of the day, when we have that unpredictable situation, it's difficult to plan in conjunction with our golf course advisory committee for long-term situations such as reconstruction of our pathways or other improvements that are required. We've listed some examples from the asset management plan in the report. Without going through that in full detail, there is a requirement for us to work more closely with our committee, and a real tie-in to that work is that predictable funding that we would like to have access to on an annual basis. So that was the lead for these recommendations. If we could dedicate the sponsorship funding on an annual basis to the improvements that are required on the course, not only does that benefit us in a way of improvements to the course, but we've also heard from our sponsors and potential sponsors that they want to hear that reinvestment with their funding to the golf course rather than just support to our general operations. So that is a piece of feedback that we've taken very closely back to us when we're negotiating these sponsorship opportunities, is that opportunity to reinvest it. It helps us, and it also helps our sponsors. And then the pathway fees, this is a question that's come to me a number of times, and that's from people that pay these fees, want to see those reinvestments in those areas in which they are accessing the course. Currently, what those revenues go towards is our overall general revenue, and again, hopefully contributes to a surplus in a given year. In years where we have maybe just a small surplus or closer to that break-even point, it makes it difficult for us to recommend other improvements to the course. So I think it would be beneficial to be able to communicate that to our users that do rent carts and that do have carts on our golf course, that those investments are being made in those areas that they're asking, and that we're utilizing a portion of their funds, in this case, to accomplish that. So just in conclusion, we have 3 recommendations. This represents approximately 10% of our annual revenue that we're looking to dedicate it on an annual basis to improvements. Upon approval, if it were to be approved, our next step would be to work with our Golf Course Advisory Committee to develop an overall plan that would then be presented to Council on how we would propose those funds to be invested. And I'm available for any questions, and Darcy's here as well.
Councillor Cody?
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation, all right. I'm not necessarily enamored with the 4%, because when I looked through this report prior to this, I didn't catch it, I guess, but I did catch it today. And I talked to Darcy about it, so it's no surprise to Darcy that the figures I'm going to quote to you. If you'll look on one of the pages, it says that we have 116, just going to use one example, 116 senior passes. And if you look at the budget, oh gads, where did it go here? There we are. If you look at the budget for the year, you'd go and say you're only going to use 56. So the number is 56 there. So if you multiply 56 passes for 22 times just that status quo, 1425, what you get there is an additional $85,500. So really what's happened here is that you've taken the amount of passes that you have today actually sold, and reduce that by 60 passes and give us a budget of 56. So really, the truth has not been told here in this budget. So, and I'm not suggesting that you did it for any ulterior motive or anything like that. It's just that something is awry here. Now, as well, if you look at the day passes, which are at $1,750, there it's over the amount. The actuals there are, let me see here if I can find it quickly. I believe the actuals there are 68 that that we have this year, but for budget purposes, you used 80. But even at that, if you take those two figures and you'd have a difference of $21,000, you still come up with about $60,000 more money at status quo than you would have in this budget. And I know the reason that Darcy gave. He is a good legitimate reason. But you know, it just doesn't add up that we're doing it this way, because it looks as though we're taking a fair bit of extra money out of the pockets of the users that we maybe shouldn't be doing.
Thank you, Councillor. After we had our conversation this morning, I did, in fact, plug in those actuals from 2021 into our budgeted numbers, and in fact, it didn't change the total revenue by $4,000. So those were projections from the last 3 years, basically, are the numbers that we used. They were averages, but being that we're close to the end of the season here, so we actually plugged in the actuals and it didn't change the outcome very much at all. So I know a couple categories do look like they do change drastically, but there was net gains in others as well, so it was almost a wash once we plugged in those actual numbers.
You see, and I guess that's why, with using those estimates, that's why the advisory committee said, well, let's go to 4%. I don't think all of the advisory committee was necessarily in favor of 4%, just one member was, and I think he talked us into going with 4%. Not that it's going to be a whole lot of a problem. I know on the seniors end, it only goes from 425 to 482, so, or 1425 to 482, so it's not a substantial amount of an increase at 4%. But nevertheless, have to remember something. Not all seniors have a lot of money, and they are a big bread and butter of this community, of this course. When you look at 116 memberships for seniors, and you look at 68 for adult passes, it's a pretty substantial crew of people. So I think we have to always keep that in mind, that we don't try and make too much profit on the backs of some of the users. I know there's some people around this room, I'm sure, would say, well, you're the elite people, you should pay. You pay your thing. Well, there's a lot of elite people go to the pool, and there's a lot of elite people go to the Hauser, and a lot of people go to the everywhere, and they don't pay anywhere near the kind of premium that we pay over at that golf course. I can tell you that. So, however, having said that, I'll still go along with the recommendation.
Mayor Dion. Councillor Zerkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question, if I go to buy a pass, how many rounds am I playing before I get my money's worth out of that pass? Is there a maximum number of rounds?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Zerkowski. So yes, we did include in the attachments, so where you see the status quo, the 2% and the 4% options, what we did in the reporting was put the number of rounds that it would take. So if you're purchasing a season pass, I'll just use the first example, as a 7-day pass for an adult. That's unrestricted, so you can play any
Not a
day.
senior, yeah.
That's 31.25 rounds to make your money back.
I missed that, thank you.
No problem, yeah, no.
Councillor Kilmer.
Just further to that question, do we turn people away from the golf course? Or are there days where, I'm actually just thinking about the top end, so there were people that played 100 and, I forget, on average, certain groups played an enormous number over the making there. Do we ever turn people away?
I do have Darcy here. I mean, that would be very, very rare. I would think we get limited on days where we have tournaments. So that does make it difficult to get some regular play out, say in the morning, and then have a accommodated tournament in the afternoon. That becomes difficult because, of course, with a tournament, you fill the course for that event, and then only have the morning in which to get regular public play out. That would be one example that I would think where we do run into some of those limitations, but it would be very rare.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to make a quick comment before I go to Councillor Cody. I'm not supporting the motion. The 4%, in my opinion, is too big of an increase. The cost of golf has kept me off the golf courses, and it's just going up and up and up, and I understand that it's a premium golf course, but I just believe the costs need to be reasonable still. And a 4%, although we talked about senior passes, about $75 a year, it's still a hit in the pocket, and I'm not interested in supporting the 4%. So those are my 2 cents for today. We'll go to Councillor Cody.
Yeah, just for the public and for the Assembly's information, you know, we've got a lot of people that golf a lot on a membership. Some golf probably, I guess the boys here could tell it be better than I can, but they golf 80, 90, and 100 rounds. And you know, for your $1,425, that's a pretty cheap round at the end of the day. And I know that the advisory committee has talked about the fact that maybe we should cap something and say, look, after you have 50 rounds, which then would give you probably a round at about $30, maybe we should charge you $10 a round after that. Surely that's not asking too much for people who golf that much. Now, I think the administration is going to have a little peek at that at some point in time, which is, I think, not a bad idea. I'm not saying it's going to work or it'll be popular, but nevertheless, you know, you can't golf for nothing, and some of those people are getting probably around at $10, which is pretty cheap golf.
Councillor Miller.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to know, how do we compare to Elk Ridge for golfing? Like,
Fees?
for rates and fees?
I think. Are you just saying, like, if you pop up there and want to golf one day, not as a season pass holder, but as just a green fee player?
Right.
So their fee, if I remember correctly, Darcy, is about $70 for a green fee, and then cart is in addition to that. So it'd be, I know it's around the $90 to $94 for a round of golf at Elk Ridge.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote. Votes open. Councillor Lennox up.
Yes.
Okay, and the vote is closed. And the motion is carried. Okay, and we're going to go to, thanks very much for coming out, Darcy. And thanks for the presentation, Jody. We are going to go to item 7.9, Water Treatment Plant PLC and SCADA upgrades. No, did you say? Okay. PowerPoint presentation, Andy Bussey. I think I got that right. Busey, sorry, Water Treatment Plant Manager. And go ahead.
All right. Is the presentation going to get thrown up there? Yeah. Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for allowing us to do the presentation here to hopefully update you on what is really the heart and soul of the water treatment plant. Okay, so the first question is, what is a PLC? So a PLC is a programmable logic controller. So they're designed to control complex industrial processes. So our water treatment plant has over 14 PLC cabinets throughout it and spread out into some of the other pump houses that operate equipment. A typical life expectancy of most PLC controllers is only 5 to 7 years. Our current old Quantum PLC controllers were originally released in 1994. They were installed in 2009 during the first phase of upgrades. So we received notice in 2019 of them being discontinued and not supported. So they've actually been in service for 25 plus years to the industry. So the new M580 PLC programmers, PLCs that we're looking at purchasing, they were released in 2014. And they have the expected life expectancy similar to the previous controllers of 25 years plus. So they'd be looking at supporting the water treatment facility through 2039 and further. This is a picture of our PLC cabinet A at the water treatment plant. We have two PLC cabinets, 1A and 1B. One acts as a redundant backup in case the other one fails so that we don't lose operations. This is a closer picture to show you the actual PLC cards in the racks up on the top. So you can see they're individual cards that plug in, and then there's wiring that goes down to the electronic termination points to all the equipment that it controls. So what is SCADA? Well, SCADA is actually called a Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition Program. It's basically the central system that communicates with the operators to the PLCs to control the equipment. It's really a software program, and that picture is actually of our operations desk at the water treatment plant. This next picture is an actual screenshot of one of our SCADA pages. It shows the ActiFlow clarifier. The SCADA system has over 300 pages. The operations staff click and go through to control equipment, look at pump runtime hours, pump speeds, pressures, all of that. So it's a very intricate system. What's the difference between PLC and SCADA? Well, the simple answer is PLC is a hardware and the SCADA is a software. The SCADA system is used in conjunction with all PLCs so that you're able to control and receive information from them. The SCADA system also is made up of what we call a database or a historian, and that allows us to collect and store data that's coming from the PLC so we can make trends, make reports for regulatory requirements, and so on. This picture here really shows how everything is interconnected. So if you look at the PLC, which is the cards and the racks, there's 12 of those would all be linked together going to the SCADA system in the middle, which also is linked to the historian, which is the database. And then from there it goes to the computer screens, smartphones, HMI control panels that are throughout the facility that allows the water treatment plant operators to receive alarms, input data, and operate the facility. So one of the questions I wanted to ask myself when I put this together is what factors influence the pricing of integrating a SCADA system into the water treatment plant? Well, it didn't take long when we started reviewing our system to figure out that there's a lot of stuff going on. We have over 23,747 data points that we're monitoring instantly, 24/7. Over 300 pages that the operators can click through. So all of that requires someone to go in and program that and test that to ensure that it operates properly. So that's where the expense comes with integrating and installing a SCADA system. So the status of our existing system at the water treatment plant. So again, it was installed in 2009 during the first phase of the upgrades. Associated Engineering previously performed the initial setup and the maintenance on our PLC and SCADA. The city currently uses a company called Delco Automation as an integrator to program our PLCs and our SCADA at the facility. They also work at the wastewater plant as well. So what we're finding is the routine upgrades and the reprogramming of our current SCADA commands is not cost effective anymore, obviously due to the nature of the current software system. So over the past 3 years, we've actually seen an increase in our operational expenditures from $3,000 to $14,000 per year to keep the current system operating and maintaining everything. So our recommended solution is going to be put forward here in budget, and it's we're looking at wanting to upgrade the 2 main PLC cabinets that are the most critical to operate the water treatment plant facility. That would also spare up some older PLC cards that we can then use moving forward to keep some of our older PLC cabinets operating longer past the point where we can't buy spare parts for them. So that'll be a cost-effective solution for us that way. We also are recommending to upgrade and reprogram the SCADA system to a new software program called Ignition. So the Ignition system we looked at over 3 years ago. Administration started looking at different options because we knew that our existing software was getting phased out. And after doing lots of demos and talking with a lot of stakeholders, Ignition became the most obvious solution that was going to work for us moving forward. It's used by more than 50% of the Fortune 500 companies. It's used by the majority of the municipal industry now. It's very easy to program and maintain, so the maintenance costs on that moving forward will be as minimal as we can keep them. And the big benefit to this is it has unlimited future expansion. So like other SCADA programs, you have to buy modules and tags as you get bigger or expand. In this case, we don't have to do that. We have unlimited tags, and we don't have to spend any money to expand. Thanks for your time, and I'll take questions.
Mayor Dion.
Do you guys have a 5-year plan for what has to be replaced and what we're going to have to spend? Because every year we ask the same question, are we done spending money at the water treatment plant? And of course, we get a nod, but then we get another $400,000 request.
Yeah, this
So-
is operational and maintenance.
It's still, you got to have a 5-year plan. You can't tell me, Andy, you're a very good person, a very good operator, that you don't fly on the seat. And so, do you have a plan moving forward on maintenance and operation? It doesn't matter whether it's capital, whatever it is. We still need a plan moving forward. So do we have a plan? Because especially in the operations, this is equipment that you've said to us like is 25 years old. Do we have other equipment there that's 20 years old, 15 years old that we're going to have to replace? That's what I'm referring to in a plan. When as soon as something starts getting to a lifespan, we should know, because budgeting is always a challenge for us, but we must deliver water, safe, good, drink quality, reliable drinking water. That's, to me, is one of our biggest priorities. So that's why I'm pressuring you to look at your operations and capital, whatever, and say over the next 5 years, this is what we're going to have to spend because our equipment's 20 years old, 25 years old. You must know the age of your equipment. Like, congratulations that for you and your crew that you made this equipment last this long, you know. But I agree, and I'm going to support it when it comes to capital because of just what I said. But at the same time, we need a heads up so we know what our challenges are going to be in the next 5 years. So do you have a plan or can you develop one?
Thank you for the comment, and I can answer to that, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we do have a plan. It is very similar to the capital plan that we put into the budget every year. But obviously, because it's an operational plan, you guys don't see the five-year plan, right? The other thing we struggle with right now is we do not have a preventative maintenance software system yet. We're in the waiting line for that with the new CityWorks asset management plan. It is in the works, in some of the communication I've had with the orientation group for that. That will allow us to be even better predict our maintenance costs in the future and be able to flag these so we can give you some reports. But it is a tough thing. It is a tough thing to work at. And like I say, we started working at this 3 years ago, but we didn't know the budget costs at that time, and COVID delayed that as well. So my apologies for that, but we do have a plan, and we just don't fly by the seat of our pants.
Thank you. Pardon? Oh, you want to reply?
Yes.
No, I appreciate that, but I would also, and I'm going to recommend early in the new year, not this year because we got to go through budget and everything once you have this, that you come and actually present what your challenges is in operation and maintenance. We always hear your challenges in, capital and stuff like that. But because of the big ticket items that you require, I think it would be important that you brief us, on what other challenges you have, because then when it comes to us, we're not in the sticker shock thing.
Yep.
We understand equipment's expensive, we understand software. Till you mentioned the asset management plan, this is the first time anyone ever told me it was linked to your plan. Till you told me that, I never knew that.
There you go.
Maybe the department might have got it quicker if they would have told us all the important uses of it. And I never knew that till you brought that up, so I've noted that because that's an important part. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Kilmer?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And I want to thank you for the tour that I was fortunate enough to have of the facility, and your passion and work that you do to keep our water safe is amazing. So the mayor actually had this question, and you answered his question and it answered mine, but I'm still going to just ask it. The IT department here support or will be supporting the water treatment plant in what way?
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, what happens with the IT department and the function of the water and wastewater treatment plants is the IT department works with us to communicate between our facilities. So they work with SaskTel, they provide us the basic infrastructure so that we can communicate with external facilities, whether it be the raw water pump house, the 2nd Avenue Marcus Road pump houses, or a lift station for the wastewater plant. The IT department doesn't have the expertise to deal with the PLC and SCADA programming. We're dealing with electrical engineer levels here, and they just don't have that capacity. So they help support. It's kind of a teamwork thing where we work together to solve some issues, and they are consulted on certain things that we move forward with.
Okay.
So it's not a blind thing that they take, or they get blindsided in the future, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Councillor Head?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Andy, as well for your presentation. I do have a few comments. I actually agree with the mayor on this front. I mean, it'd be nice to see a plan come forward because of some of the challenges we have in budget, so you can appreciate that. I know over the last little bit, even out of budget, we've gotten some requests, so I do agree that that's one of the fundamental services we provide to the residents, and we provide second to none than any other city in the province, clean, fresh drinking water. So I think we need to maintain that. Of course, looking to support some of these asks as well. But you made a comment to me that kind of struck me. You said we're wanting to upgrade it. It's versus we need to upgrade it. So I see, the budget being the ask at 400,000 roughly, and then compared to a $14,000 maintenance fee of a year. So, I suspect that through your comments, you're going to show how dire or just necessary this work is to be done. So, thanks.
Okay. Thank you for your question, Councillor Head. I can clarify that. So basically, yes, we could take a status quo, but the problem being is there's no support for the existing software we have. So after this year, if something goes wrong and our integrator cannot fix it, we are unable to get support from the software supplier. because our system is so old and we would have to do a complete rebuild and spend the 200 and some $1,000 to reprogram the system, even using the old software. So that's why we're recommending to go with the new software that's better. The old software was built in Australia, and that's where our support comes from. It can literally take us up to 2 days to get a support ticket. The new Ignition software is North American made. Support is right in North America, and it is one of the best softwares out there now for municipal industries.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for that response. That definitely clarifies for myself and for the public listening as well. I just drew a blank. I guess I'll have to come back, yeah. Or I could always reach out if I have another question, but yeah, thanks for your report.
Okay, I just have one question. Is there any potential funding available from the provincial or federal governments for this?
I am not aware of anything because this would be based on an operational upgrade. The only way you would be able to apply for any funding would be through some of the new water infrastructure grants, which are usually for new builds.
Okay, thank you.
Move the
Moving on.
recommendation.
Go to the vote. And the vote is open. Counselor Lennox Up.
Yes.
Close the vote. Accepted, and the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We're gonna stop. We're gonna go have a break for half an hour. We'll resume at item 7.6. At 1:45.
I don't know how that all happened.
Pardon? 30 minutes. Do the math for me, because it's been a long day already.
Well, the thing with going, that's 3 years ago we started the process, and Kevin Christian and I, with our integrators and some like
I've been clicking on it a little bit, but have to make sure there's no camera behind me. If I check the bulb. Okay. We're gonna call the meeting back to order and we're gonna go to item 7.6, 2022 Rates and Fees, Community Service Department PowerPoint presentation. Jody Boulay. Oh, hang on one moment. Go ahead, Jody, you got the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
I already have Mayor Dion's support, it sounds like, so we'll jump right to it. Thanks for the opportunity. Curtis had to send his regrets. Just wasn't feeling well. And here I am, another year of rates and fees. Important process that we undertake each year, as council knows. And this is our annual opportunity to take you through our proposal and, of course, receive any feedback from you. So starting with our vision, this is from the Community Services Master Plan. During the development of this plan in 2017, it was ultimately approved in 2018. And it's important for us to tie back, I think, what we established through our rates and fees process back to the vision that was captured within that plan. As we move forward, the background, just to take you back a little bit, because it has been a little over a year and a half since the last time we had reported. We had established the 2020 rates and fees schedule, implemented it in January of 2020, and then of course in March of 2020 had a lot of different plans that we were working through as we work and continue to work through the pandemic. So we did have a number of things that I just quickly wanted to summarize. The annual process that we undertake, we look to recover a target of 50% through our cost recovery that is established through our rates and fees. And like many other municipalities, a lot of our rates are subsidized through the adult rates where we can and make that feasible through our operation. This gives youth and seniors more affordable opportunities and more access to our services. As I mentioned, in 2020, it was a process in which we had to shift gears a bit, but some of the recap here on this slide shows you some of the changes that were implemented in that year. Starting with the general admission and membership rates. Our overall goal as we move into our future years, we did have a 2022 target where we wanted to achieve a situation where youth would pay 60% of the adult rate in our facilities. It's previously was at 80%, and we were looking to phase in our fees in a way that could be still balancing our budget implications, but also making it a situation where, again, it's more accessible for our youth and seniors throughout our network of facilities. What we're suggesting now is that we back up that goal slightly to 2024, with 2020 being the year that it was, and also a good portion of 2021. We felt it was necessary to have a little bit more time to achieve that goal. We haven't lost it. It's just a matter of us achieving it in a more feasible way and giving it the time that's been taken from us to be put at the other end of the plan. We also made some changes to some other areas that are listed there. And one of the other main things was having family rates in all of our facilities. It allows not just families, but groups come to our facilities in a more way where they can bundle our services and bundle our fees that's more affordable when larger groups of people are attending at the same time. We had other increases as well. They're listed here, 6% increase at our rec centers. That equated to 50 cents for adults and 25 cents for youth and seniors. 4% increase on our multipurpose room rates. 2% increase through our PESA agreement. And a 10% increase at the Kinsman Water Park on general admission. That equated to $1 for adults and 50 cents for youth and seniors. And then lastly, a couple other changes, a 5% increase to swimming lessons, divided between a market adjustment and a wage adjustment, and a 3% increase to sport field rentals. Moving into 2022, We have a few highlights to the package that we were wanting to identify. The first is in our aquatics area. We're proposing an adjustment to the cost for our swimmer 4 to Bronze Cross, and what that means is a lot of these upper level programs that are geared towards the development of swimming serve as feeder systems to our lifeguarding opportunities as well for employment. What we were finding was our previous fee was too high. In some cases, because of the magnitude of the course that has to be taken, sometimes individuals have to take it more than once. And what that created was a situation for students to pay a fairly large fee in order to access the course and then hopefully pass it. Not all of them become lifeguards, some do. So we see it as a twofold benefit. And these are examples of some of the adjustments where we're making that change, making it more affordable, and hopefully feeding that program more successfully. The other increase we're proposing is to our after-hour rentals at the water park. These are very well attended. We're 100% booked to capacity this past season. We see very high demand, and we also see very high attendance as part of those offerings. So what we see is in this chart, a ratio in which we have to staff the facility based on the number of people that are in the building. We have a certain ratio that's required on staffing to attendance. And what we've done here is propose a 10% increase to the after-hour rental at the water park. This will offer the program itself, the rental opportunity itself, but also will provide for the appropriate staffing levels and allow us to recover that cost that we weren't recovering before. The Frank Dunn Pool, just reading it from a distance here. This is the facility rate. So we haven't had a private rental facility rate at the Frank Dunn Pool during our time under the agreement. More simply because the demand for our regular programming and through our agreements with the Sharks Swim Club and the Pike Swim Club simply doesn't allow us to really rent it on a private basis. Our programming and our general admission times really take up the bulk of our offerings during our time. However, there is the odd occasion where we do have an opportunity to rent the facility, and we think it's important to establish a rate that's listed on the next slide. And following the same situation that we did at the water park for our after-hour rentals, based on the number of people that are attending, that then is factored into the cost and the rate that we apply back to the group renting it. The other adjustment and the other new fee for 2022 is for the batting cage at the Alfred Jenkins Fieldhouse. This was a new project in conjunction with Malcolm Jenkins in the city of Prince Albert. And it's important now that we're at the stage where it's fully operational, that we have an established approved rate in conjunction with council. So this didn't exist before, and now that the batting cage is in place, we're proposing this rate for 2022. With the arenas, we're proposing a 2% increase to account for some of the increases that we're projecting as far as some of the costs that are related to the arena operation. Also, with our change in youth ice fee and adult ice fee, we're proposing a change in the summer. So in August, what previously used to happen was our main renter in August was North Sask Hockey School, private organization, that we would put the ice in August, and then they would pay for the demand charge for us to start earlier, and then also pay the appropriate rental fees. What we've seen since the establishment of North Sask Hockey School is other private renters also in that time frame. So we want to equally distribute that amongst all those groups within that month of August until we reach our September 5th regular season opening. And what this does, as you can see the new fees there, youth summer and adult summer, those are two new rates that take into account those additional demand charges for operating an extended season and distributes it equally amongst all groups. And then lastly, we're always searching out sponsorship opportunities. These are a couple examples. While we do set a rates and fees manual each year in conjunction with council, we do search out these opportunities where we can still bring those rates further down. So cost recovery of 50%, But then we're always looking for these types of opportunities. We previously had a partnership with the Kinsman Club around toonie nights. That was a long-established partnership. We also have Tim Hortons in our community that supports many different free skate opportunities around the holiday season, also swimming opportunities at Frank Dunn Pool and the water park. And we're always searching those out and looking for those types of opportunities where we can even more so reduce and open up access to our facilities, remove some of that financial barrier. And those are the highlights that we have for 2022.
Councillor Zarkowski.
So these rates and fees, Director, are these resident fees from the city of Prince Albert?
These are fees for anyone that attends.
Whether resident or not?
That's correct.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you. I've been asked by public if there's an opportunity to stay, for the water slides to stay open later when there's no rental in it.
Later, so for general public time?
Yeah.
So we have offered that previously. The challenge that we had this year was we actually were 100% booked for the after-hour rentals. So what I would say is, yes, where we do have that opportunity, we have considered it before. I guess in all facts put on in the proposal, we're really seeing a high demand for that after-hour rental period, the exclusivity of it. But I think it also lends itself to different gatherings such as birthday parties and things of that nature. So short answer, yes, we will look at that, but we this past season didn't have that availability.
Councillor Kilmer.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Just further to Councillor Zarkowski's question, given that we've already talked with our partners, thanks, now I've just lost the RMs, and that those branches of government are unable to help us support our facilities. But we do know that our partners, the residents that live outside of our residents who offer the tax base, and I see that we try very hard to manage 50% return in all of those, from our residents. I'm wondering if we are considering at all eventually having a different charge for non-residents, and if we are looking at some type of information or way of discerning between the two so that our cost recovery isn't 100% on our own Prince Albert residents?
So we did previously, and back in 2018, we did complete some background research on that topic. We were able to take from our registration system a cross-section of non-resident and resident participants. And then we were able to apply that to each of our operations. So we do have, or at least a snapshot that we completed in 2018 that gave us a percentage of participants that do reside outside of the city limits. What that did was, I think, gave us a real good indication of what percentage is internal, inside the city, and what comes from outside. There's many different reasons why non-residents attend as well that would be hard to track, that we couldn't capture in that research, because some of them attend as part of a tournament or part of a special event or things of that nature, which it is difficult to capture that in the snapshot that we completed. However, what we were able to do as well was have a look at, I think, where we're seeing the most of that attendance in which areas, and also if it ways that could be collected if we were to go down that road. So we have done some initial work. A lot of them come from the sporting organizations themselves, in which there's a point of registration. So we've investigated some of that internally, but we haven't taken it any further from that research point.
So I recall from reading a document, I think I read, it was around in some areas, and it's just around 25%.
That's correct.
Of the users.
Yeah, about 20 to 25.
Okay, thank you very much.
So Jody, remind me if that report was brought to council. Was that report ever brought, or that information ever brought back to council?
Those were discussions we had with council and some of our strategic discussions that we have from time to time related to our strategic plan, but not on the public not on the public agenda, no.
Yeah, okay, because I do recall a motion that I made once upon a day, probably in 2017, about raising those fees. But I don't know where that ended up.
Councillor, Mr. Chairman, that's what action the report was, that resolution itself.
Yeah.
But that was how far it was taken in the review process with council.
Right. Okay, good to know, thank you. Mayor Dion.
I'll move the recommendation. Then in the comments, I'm going to add about the outside users. The fundraising committee will be meeting with community services to come up with a rate structure, so when we open the new water park, and I think it's important that that be ready for the new water park because it'll be brand new, and then when the people come in. And we've had some suggestions. We've talked to other cities that are doing it. And what they suggest is, for example, you walk in and you'll look at the board and it'll say, adult rate $20. Show your PAID and it drops to $12.50. So it's more of a positive sign instead of having residents $12.50, outside residents $20. So the fundraising committee, we've just asked the cities for all that kind of information because we think this is an opportunity with opening that brand new facility to bring such a fee structure into play.
I certainly can respect that, Mayor Dion. I just think that that's still 2 years off, and the other fees are ongoing, so that certainly should come back. Maybe we should drag up that motion and see what we got. As we're setting 2022. Oh, Councillor Zurkowski.
Director, what would it take what are the challenges to keeping the water park open an extra week or 2 weeks? And if it's staffing, I wonder if we could take year by year to see what post-secondary students, or not necessarily I know that's been the challenge in the past, our lifeguards go back to school. I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. So the challenge is to open in an extra week or two.
Certainly, thank you for the question, Councillor Zurkowski. That continues to be a major issue, not just in our aquatics operation, but across the board. We do have a lot of post-secondary students that complete a lot of our casual employment in the summertime. They do get back to wherever they are going for school, their schooling. That is a challenge that we face each year, and one of the major ones at the water park still, yes.
Do you see us evolving over the next 2 to 5 years that we would have more permanent staff available who are qualified to run perhaps to the new center? And therefore, if we're sticking around, if they're permanent aquatic staff, maybe then we can take a look at opening for an extra week or two because they presumably transition to the new aquatic center?
I think that will be one of the many benefits of the new facility is that employment and some stability in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Dion.
Madam Clerk, I have an addition to my motion, please. Number 2, that for the 2023 budget, the community services bring back a recommendation on a 2-tiered fee structure for all our facilities and team sports. And team sports, because some get registered and we don't catch them. That gives them a year to prepare. We're approving 2022, and then we know on 23 we'll have the rates.
And does that clarify local residents?
Yeah, that's what the 2-tier.
That's what it intends on saying.
Yeah, sorry, 2-tier. A 2-tier fee structure for all city facilities and team sports with the benefit to PA residents. So, to PA taxpayer. Two PA residents. There, that gets it.
Okay, thank you. I see no one else in the queue, so we're going to move on to the vote. Thanks very much, Jody.
Thank you.
Oh. Pushed the wrong button. What are we on here? 7.6. Okay, and the vote is open. Counselor Lennox up.
Yes.
Votes closed, and the motion is carried unanimously. Moving on. Oh, I gotta find where we are here. 7.7, airport rates and fees, verbal presentation, Wes Hicks. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you very much. So tonight I'm presenting to you our proposed rates and fees for the four following areas: landing fees, aircraft parking fees, passenger facility fees, and land lease rates at the Prince Albert Airport. This has come about through the strategic master plan that was presented to council earlier this year and went through the Airport Advisory Committee for review. They have made two recommendations that are different from the strategic master plan and the presentation that we gave the committee. And one would be that for landing fees, there would be no minimum charge for the smallest airplanes, which is general aviation under 2,500 kilograms. And there would be no annual registration fee for those same planes under the 2,500 kilograms. Other than that, the rates and fee structures that was recommended is what you see before you. I won't take you through all of the charts throughout the report because there are many of them, but just a summary that in the 25 years that the city has been operating the airport, the rates and fees only change approximately every 5 years. Unlike other rates and fees, the ones we've just been discussing tonight in council, you have to have stability in the airport because air traffic is a very volatile industry, and even the smallest changes can upset an operation. So we have present to you today a 5-year structure. They would stay stagnant for 5 years at a time so that any new businesses that would come on at the airport could count on knowing that this is the price that they would be paying while they establish their operations. There's 3 areas where we get our revenue from the airport. They're almost equally balanced, but aeronautical revenue, which is landing fees, the parking fees, and the leases, that represents 32% of the revenue. That's the stuff we're talking about tonight, including the passenger facility fees, which is also 22% of the revenues. The balance of the revenues, 46%, comes from car parking, which is covered under a different rate structure with the parking throughout the city of Prince Albert. A small amount from advertising and vendors. And the balance, 22%, comes from the general fund to supplement the airport. All total, we have a budget of a $1.3 million operation at the airport. So moving forward, if I just take you to the summary page, and what we did is we did compare our rates to all the other airports that we could get the information from that would be in our vicinity geographically or our size. And we compared ourselves to La Ronge, Saskatoon, Regina, Brandon, and Medicine Hat, and Lloydminster. So if you go to the summary page, it shows the rates structure as the existing and the proposed rate structures with the 2 changes that were mentioned at the beginning of the report. There would be no minimum charge for the smallest airplanes, and no annual registration fee for those smallest airplanes. Other than that, the rates you see before you have been presented to the Airport Advisory Committee, who agreed with them, and they've been vetted through the strategic master plan of the airport. I think that's all I think I need to say, and then maybe I can answer some questions if you have some.
Thanks, Wes. Mayor Dion.
I'll move the recommendation. Public Works and the Airport Committee and ourselves are working on another RFP that will be coming to council shortly, and that's where we're going to bid out the fuel that's used at the airport, and there'll be a surcharge put on the fuel, so many cents a liter. That will also be a revenue stream for the city of PA. And we're just working on that now. We just got all the information we need, and we'll be bringing that forward, but it won't be part of the budget. We hope to get it done by then, but if not, we're just going to put a line in it that it's coming forth. And we just surveyed everyone on how much fuel they need, and so that we can put the RFP together and charge a surcharge similar to what the federal government does on gas, that we would get a surcharge. And when you look at some of the other airports, that's a better route to go than charging a minimum fee. They made a big, huge mistake when they took that off and went to the fee structure, where they're going back to taxation fuel because every plane needs fuel.
Councillor Head.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick question. I know that you know there's been a lot of work done on this, and even the committee has reviewed it and provided their recommendations. But out of those zero fees, out of the 12,000 aircrafts we see, how many smaller planes do we actually get in the airport for those ones, the fees that we're waiving for?
Very few. General aviation at most airports doesn't generate very much revenue. As you can see in the chart in the bar, or the pie graph, the majority of our revenue is generated by passenger, commercial airlines, and cargo. So when you look at the detailed budget of the airport, something like 86% of the funding that we generate at the airport comes from the charter flights, the passenger flights, and all of the charges that come with that, whether it's the passenger fee or the people who park their car, or the fee that we charge for takeoff and landing. So the revenue from general aviation doesn't make up the last 14% because most of that is made up from the RCMP, the air ambulance, and the forest fire headquarters there where they have their bombers. So I think general aviation makes up less than 1%.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Councillor Zerkowski.
Thank you. I certainly like the change of direction in this, and you know, I would guess it's because of a closer look by administration and by the Airport Advisory Committee. So I think it's very positive for our users and in the right direction. Thank you.
I'll be quick, and this will make Councilor Zerkowski happy.
Mayor Dion.
And we'll have all kinds of fuel. Because
Beautiful.
we're gonna advertise that we're the fuel stop for Northern Saskatchewan. So we're gonna have every size plane fuel that you need. We'll have at the airport, and there'll be card locks. So they're accessible 24 hours a day.
Wonderful news. Nobody else in the queue. We're going to go to the vote. $7.7. And we are open. Councillor Lennox Zepp.
Yes.
Votes closed. Motion carries unanimously. And now we are on to 7.8 airport Sunday coverage of scheduled passenger flights. Verbal presentation, Director Wessex.
Thank you very much. So this report here comes to us not because of the department asking for an additional employee. It comes from a two-pronged issue. One is the airlines are asking to offer service on Sundays again, which they haven't been for some time. And the Transport Canada's new rules and regulations require the airport, a certified airport, to have personnel on staff anytime there's a scheduled flight. In the past, we've always been at the airport in advance of the first flight of the day to prepare the runways in the wintertime, and all other aspects, even in the summertime. But we don't have to be there for every flight. So when everything is going tickety-boo and all the maintenance jobs of the day are completed, our staff go home and the airport can stay open and flights would continue to land into the evening. The new regulations prohibit that. We must, by Transport Canada standards, have someone present anytime a scheduled flight is arriving or departing. Therefore, our airport is going to have to go from approximately 57 hours a week coverage from 3 employees to 83.5 hours a week coverage from 4 employees. Now you might say, well, that's only adding a half a day or a half a week, 26 hours. But you have to remember that we've got to have that coverage through the lunch hour, through the dinner hour, through EDOs, weekends, and sick leave and vacation time. Presently, in the wintertime, we have a half-time person to help with the winter coverage because there's more work to do maintaining the runways in the wintertime. But that person isn't needed in the summer. In this case, with the new regulations, that person will be needed around the clock throughout the entire year. So now it's not, the cost is not for an entire employee because we already have that person for half of the year. So what you're looking at is an additional cost to cover that summertime. And right now, our calculations are that to have this person employed year-round will add $8,100 to our cost. The reason that it's as small as it is as I just said, and I'm just going to have to go to that page there, but the financial implications, the cost of the position is about $73,000 a year. Presently, $36,500 is already in the budget for that winter part-time position. So it's an additional $44,500. But adding the new flights on Sunday has a potential revenue stream of $36,400. So the difference is only $8,100 per year, additional cost to the airport to go from 56 hours a week to 83.5 hours a week coverage. So I bring this before you. The only way that we can offer that service to the airline is to hire an additional staff person. And that's the only way that Transport Canada will allow it to happen. Thank you.
Perfect, thanks, Director. Councillor Zerkowski.
So, I'm going to flesh this out a little bit. The criteria is not that we need somebody there full-time all the time. The criteria is that we need somebody there when a plane is landing.
Correct.
Okay. So, will the airport generate enough revenue to pay for this cost that you so accurately massaged to a low number?
We hope so. This is an estimate based on average passengers that would come on that flight and the number of flights that would come on that day. But again, that's an estimate because they haven't started the service yet. But they did used to offer Sunday service. So, I mean, we're going off a projection.
Yeah, no, I think that's, I have no issue with the projection. I have an issue with the scheduling model. Is there no alternative scheduling model that allows us to get what Transport Canada requires from us and not have somebody there full-time all the time waiting for a plane to land?
Well, that is a very difficult thing to do, and I do have an actual planned schedule here, not to go through it and be, in detail with the council here. But it is a great challenge, as I mentioned, in the sense that, so staff would have to start at 5 o'clock in the morning. But the airport has to stay open now to cover those flights until 8 o'clock in the evening. So we're running almost the entire day, right? We're open for, basically, there's only 9 hours a day that we're not open. So for 15 hours, we can't put an operator there for more than 8 hours. So that's 2 operators throughout the day with only an hour's coverage over the lunch hour. That doesn't cover for any sick leave. It doesn't cover for any 2-person operations. Lots of the detailed work out there requires 2 people because of safety, or in the middle of the winter when you have someone on the snowplow and someone on the sweeper. Well, that doesn't leave anybody else at the terminal or on any other piece of equipment.
I know they're busy when they're busy, but when they're not busy, they're not busy.
When they're not busy doing that sort of thing, then they're doing all the regular maintenance stuff that is required by Transport Canada and the reporting. So with Transport Canada, and I just have a small summary of some of the things that they would have to do, but I mean, just reading a couple of them. There's the AVOP, the Airport Vehicle Operations Permit, the radio licensing, which you have to be licensed, the ERP roles and responsibilities, the on-the-scene controller responsibilities, the SMS orientation responsibilities, wildlife management.
I surrender, I surrender.
It goes forever.
Yeah, no.
And, like,
Yeah,
we are just
fence check on the
absolutely,
skidoo, yeah.
we're absolutely just bound by regulations in air traffic. And they're so rigid that if we don't abide by them, they shut us down. And
Okay.
we've never been shut down because we've been very diligent in maintaining those regulations.
Let me try one more time.
Sure.
Is there an opportunity to share that personnel with the Little Red? Because this is a maintenance person, right?
No, it's not a maintenance person. Don't think of them as a janitor. No,
No, I don't mean maintenance, I mean like snow, clean the lights, run away.
no. This person has to be trained in airside and groundside safety regulations. So they have to be ready at a moment's call to go out onto the field. And there's certain protocol, like even I just can't go over to the airport. Corey's the manager of the airport, and say, Corey, open the gate, let me onto the field. I can't. I have to be certified. I have to be in a vehicle with the proper radios. And yeah, there's no time that we can say, go over to the Kinsman Park and clear the parking lot for the next hour.
Yeah.
Because if another plane decides to come in, he has to be there.
Okay.
Yeah, we're stuck.
Good try. Counselor Cody.
Well, you know the old proverbial saying, build it and they will come. And I think this is one of those cases where we have not given adequate service out there, and just because we didn't have the opportunity to. But I think now that we have this opportunity to be there on a Sunday, I shouldn't doubt in my mind at all that there might be an opportunity for that Rise Air to even take on one more flight, i.e. Regina, Saskatoon, Prince Albert, which I'd love to see them have a sched flight from PA Saskatoon, Regina, Saskatoon, PA, because there's a lot of people, you know, that don't like driving on these roads because it's busy and it's in the winter time. And I shouldn't doubt that if you give that proper service and the proper times, that you might be able to get some additional flights. And those are valuable and give you a lot of money because there's the passengers that they may have. So I think build it and they will come.
But you're trying.
Move the recommendation.
Yeah, Mayor Dion, go ahead. Okay, no others in the queue. We are going to go to vote. And the vote is open. Counselor Lennox Zepp.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna close and accept. Oh, yeah, okay, good. And the motion is carried 8-1. Okay, next, 7.10, mobile water filling station purchase verbal presentation, Jeff De Silva, Operations Manager. And go ahead, Jeff.
That's great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. I know the mayor wanted to keep these short, so I will try. For this one here, we had the request to bring forward the idea of purchasing a mobile water filling station, something that could be used for various like water main breaks, planned water outages and the like. We put together a report. Previously, the city has done something similar where we've hired water trucks for work so that people could come and fill water tanks. Our experience in the past was that we had poor uptake on that item. For capital projects, we actually already provide temporary water services. So these are done through overland lines that connect to the hose bibs of residences. Now these aren't certified potable temporary water services, so they're still under a precautionary drinking water advisory while those go on. So in those instances, a mobile water filling station wouldn't really suit the bill. As well, the majority of our water main breaks occur during winter. So you'd need a station that would be winterized, something that could withstand freezing, withstand our cold winters. This tank would also need to be maintained in a sanitized fashion, which would require frequent testing. Not something that you could so that you could have it available to just bring out at a moment's notice. We would also have concerns about vandalism or intentional contamination. Things like that. That if you leave it in an area where it's nobody's watching it, you don't know what happens. So on top of that, the cost of the purchase and the item is estimated to be approximately $125,000. It's not something that that administration would recommend for the moment going forward.
Thanks, Jeff. Mayor Dion.
I'm going to change the recommendation to receive and file. I don't know why we're sending it to the budget if we're recommending it not be funded. So I'm just going to move that we receive and file. And thank you for the report.
Councillor Miller.
Well, how disappointing is that? But anyway, thank you for telling us all the reasons you don't want to do this. I was thinking that we could use it probably for the summer, and we do in the summertime have water main breaks. And on those streets that we do have, I'm sure there's a resident that lives at their house that could actually look after it and take care of the situation. And also, maybe the staff can come and get it each day, fill it, put it in the location where it needs to be, and come pick it up after 4:30 or whatever it is. And I was also thinking that we could use it for our community events that we often have in Kinsman Park or wherever we have our events for the summer. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm not in favor of receiving and filing into the garbage for sure. I would really like to see this operation go forward because I do believe that it would be a benefit for the city of Prince Albert. That's why I brought it forward. Thank you, Mayor Dion.
Councillor Zerkowski.
Thank you. So I'm of a similar like mind that we need to find a way to do better, to be better for our residents. That's, I think, the goal here. And putting a full stop on here isn't good enough. I'm going back to a decade-long conversation about water main breaks. How do we do better at informing our residents? How do we do better at updating our residents? How do we do better communicating that to our residents? And we've made very little progress. I was very hopeful a few years ago when we said we're gonna put an update up online, let people know they can look at the water main breaks. And I just pulled it up again, just for an example. The people on the 700, 800 block of 20th Street West hasn't been updated since August 8th. And these people are wondering, when do I get my water back and what's happening? A resident called the other day, said they took a second test to get tested. Great. This, I think, is in that same category. What we're doing here, we made a great leap forward, patted ourselves on the back, we all agreed to it, good job. And it's no longer a useful tool because it's not updated. It should say, second test got sent in, we'll know on a certain date. August the 8th, mums with young kids. This I put into that same category. I understand, and I think we've gotten better at hooking up the water lines on the exterior of the house. That's great. But is it drinkable water?
It's not potable water.
It's not. So then the solution is, what can we do to provide drinking water to people who need them on the block or in that neighborhood? That's the solution I think we're looking for. Whether we get a big truck and put jugs of water in there and say, here it is if you need it, come on down at this hour, and come and take it. The truck will be down the street. Or we ask a local company to come and do that as well. There's a solution here somewhere. And I think doing nothing, I don't think is acceptable. I think we need to do more for our residents. This stuff matters to them. And that's our job as a government, to look after our people.
Councillor Head.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple questions, and I guess I kind of, I understand why Councillor Miller had brought this forward, because of some of the issues we were seeing and getting calls from the residents. You know, and I've gone through some of the city's website about the boil water advisory, and I guess the idea is that if it's not updated, it's still status quo, boil your water until you hear otherwise. But yeah, there should be an indication that we're still working on it, still testing. So I hear that. We do need to do some work around providing safe potable water to our residents, because there's not only an issue of you can't drink the water, but also now go get a valve to get hooked up if you won't even want that water. So there's some challenges that we face, and we did think, or at least I thought, that this truck could have provided some alleviated some of those pressures that our residents are feeling with the lack of water and facilities there. And I guess what I'd report is lacking, to Councillor Miller's point, is, you know, convincing us what, you know, why we don't want it. But what are the costs we see in terms of providing that potable water, non-potable water to the residents? Because I know that's maybe not a dollar value, but there's time that it takes to do all that. Secondly, in recent years or past years, how much did those trucks cost, and why wasn't there a whole lot of take it up? I think if one person takes up that service, we're doing that. You know, we're doing our job as looking after the residents. So maybe we go back to that, but we have to do something different, is my thoughts. And I don't want to see this die here either. I'd like to see some more conversation around it. So thank you.
Mayor Dion.
Add a number 2, that the Department of Public Works comes back to a report to council on how they're going to deliver portable water to residents during outages of portable water drinking. And there's a difference, and I don't know if I'm collecting it here, because we do hook up water, potable. We do hook up water to their houses, but they can't use them for drinking because they go through garden hoses. So I'd like a report from the Public Works Department how we're going to supply them with good drinking water. And my suggestion would be, in talking to other cities our size, one of them told me they have 240 of those big jugs in storage. And when they do have a water outage, they go and deliver them and pick them up, and they manage it, because the people will use the shower, the water for the other laundry. but they can't drink it. So they drink it and people feel more safe and secure because it's sealed, it's been distilled. Where a truck, to me, if you're delivering with a truck, you're still contaminating it. You know, where I like the big jug of water being delivered and use it for cooking and drinking, and then use the hose water that we supply you to do your laundry and washing and your toiletry and stuff like that with it. So if, that's my request.
Councillor Kilmer.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Jeff, for the report. I'm just, sorry. Did I do something wrong?
No, she just wants you to look at the
Oh.
motion. It's okay. Go ahead, Councillor Kilmer.
Thank you. This is my question. I'm wondering, and I might have a wrong understanding, obviously. So the water that comes from the fire hydrant,
Yes.
immediately from the fire hydrant,
Yeah,
can be drank by the public.
that's correct.
So then that, in Edmonton recently, I just saw beside their fire hydrant, a water dispenser hookup that they could have there that allowed people to drink, a drinking fountain, one for their dog, and one for a tap to fill a pot. So have we looked into anything like that, purchasing something like that, that could then be on each block? It seemed quite, not cheap, but cheaper than a truck.
No, that's a great question. That wasn't something that, you know, when I looked at mobile
Right.
water filling station, I didn't actually look to consider that.
Have you seen what I'm talking about? in other
I've seen
locations?
something for like water fountains similar in
Okay,
other cities.
thank you
yeah.
very much.
Councillor Ogrodnik.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I'm not sure that we should just receive and file either. I know we're coming back with another report, but I like the idea that it going to budget for deliberation, and at that point, whether we have money or not, then we can make that decision. And so I like that. The idea of water, though, I experienced that this summer, you know, with 12th Street, the construction there. And it's a great idea to hook it up to the outside taps as long as there's no problems. I know at our house, you know, the tap broke and water's gushing, and the neighbor had to phone me to come down there to get it fixed. And so the evening guy came and fixed it, but I said to him, you need a longer hose because there's such, and their solution was they picked up the whole cable or the whole round, what's it called? Tube or whatever that's hauling the water from the corner. They moved it right into the middle of the yard. And so through the flower beds and everything. And so then for the length of the construction, we couldn't cut the lawn, the front lawn or anything. And so instead of just spending, and I would have given her $40 or whatever it costs for a hose longer just to fix. But so that was a really inconvenience. And the fear of it breaking again, you know, for residents. And so, you know, we need to make sure that when we do things right. And I think Councillor Miller's initial motion was the right motion, that we look at if we can get water to residents in areas where there's construction or whatever, that we should look at that at least. And then refer it to budget. So if you said the Public Works come back for consideration to provide potable water to residents during water outages and costs associated with that be referred to 2020 budget, then you'd have my support if it gets referred to the 2020 budget for deliberation. So
22.
Or 2022, sorry. Yeah, that's correct. And then that way, whether it be buying a truck or contracting that services out and partnering with the water company, or whether Culligan or B&P or whoever in town, doing something like that. And then that way people will have good water that they can drink. And so I hear you, Councilor Miller. We saw that, what we delivered to that resident
you know, that jug. And so we need to do better than that. So I agree.
That looks good to me. So a report to bring forward to the 2022 budget deliberation, because we won't see a report prior to the budget likely. So at budget, we'll see that report. Sound good? Yes. Director, you have a comment?
Yes, I wanted to add a comment to Councillor Kilmore's question about Edmonton, what she saw in Edmonton. And the problem for us, I can't speak for Alberta, but the problem here in Saskatchewan is the Water Security Agency. When we hook into the fire hydrant, that is safe, potable water. That's treated water. When we run the pipes down the street to hook up to each person's tap, we chlorinate, we flush. It's safe, potable drinking water. But the Water Security Agency, that's a temporary line. That's not following the code. It's not a licensed pipe. It's not a licensed connection. So that was the garden, you know, not a garden hose because we're using our own pipe right to the tap. But they won't accept that. So what we need to be able to do is jump over that hurdle. If we could get some kind of a temporary exemption, because the people, it would be safe to drink. I would drink from that hose, but we can't say that publicly. And if we had maybe some political help with the ministry, because they don't want to hear it from us.
Yeah, and we all drank from garden hoses and still are living. Even black ones.
Yeah, so I'll be quick, because Wes explained what I want. We deliver water to the houses, but because it comes through a hose and a pipe, it's not considerable drinkable. So all we have to do is they're gonna have water to their houses. So all they need from us is drinking water, or cooking water, as I call it. So that's why I think the big jugs are the answer, not a truck. Okay, unless she's talking about a truck to carry these big jugs. Because now I'm gonna, if you got a big truck, then you want me to find a container that's not contaminated to put it in? Where these jugs that we get, the big ones, they're clean, sanitized, they're healthy, you can hook them up to anything, drink them, put a manual pump on them, turn them upside down. So that's the safest answer, because I want to deliver good drinking and cooking water to the house. And
Thank
today, under the rules that we operate, that's the only way we can do it. Putting it in a truck and putting it through the hose will get disqualified.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Yeah, we seen what kind of jug went to that lady's house. And yeah, that's
Taped
not
up.
what I'm delivering to residents.
That wasn't our fault.
It was because we had a lack of planning.
After 20 years of not delivering water, we think we would add.
We have a motion on the board, and we'll have a look at this motion, Mayor Dion. Just to look. Good. The vote is going to be open. Oh, come on. My fingers don't work. I know, but I scroll up and I end up hitting one. And the vote is open. Councillor Agsep,
Yes.
vote's closed, accept, and the motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving on, community cleanup, 7.11 verbal presentation, Jeff De Silva. And go ahead.
Thank you, Sir Ken. So this one here, I just went back for the last year for the community cleanups. Essentially, I looked at, the two items I looked at were the city's disposal charges that are of course provided as an in-kind for that event, as well as the in-kind donations that are provided by two of our local waste management companies. They provide the bins, and they also do the pickups and disposal at the landfill. And of course, those charges are of course waived by the city as they come across the scale. So the city's disposal costs or charges in kind are about $3,200. And then the waste management costs are about $6,200. And that I received directly from both waste management companies.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miller.
Great, thank you. I have a new motion. That the Sanitation and Communications Division organize a planning meeting each year, which includes participating ward councillors and local waste haulers, coordinate 4 community cleanup events in 4 corners of the city during Pitch-In Week. That the pickup and disposal be coordinated with local contractors, and that approximately 6,200 expenses, 62,000, sorry, 6,200 expenses be forwarded to the 2022 budget deliberations for consideration. That members of council continue to recruit volunteers and supervise locations once scheduled.
Any comments on that, or
I'll wait.
Councillor Head?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Again, I think this is a great motion. I was participating in this last cleanup, and the residents overwhelmingly enjoyed that service within the community without having to head down across the river, and encouraged that we take that up here in this council chamber. So thank you, Councilor Miller, for the motion, and I'll be voting in favor of it.
Councillor Ogrodnik.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I like the idea as long as, I'm just concerned, to do a community cleanup is fine. However, I don't want to be responsible for organizing the cleanup and for manning a cleanup station for for an entire week. If it was like a one-day Saturday, then that would be fine, or Friday or whatever, a one-day thing where we do a massive city cleanup, then that would be fine. But to do that for an entire week, that is difficult, and I don't think I wouldn't be able to get that many volunteers to man a cleanup station in my corner of the city. So as long as we limit it, as I said, to a day, then that would be fine with me.
Councillor Zerkowski.
So coordinate 4 community cleanup events in the.
No, so it should be coordinate for, like, FOR.
Aha. Thank you. Because to me, that meant like 4 throughout the year. Okay. In the 4 corners, okay. Can you scroll down, please? I had another question somewhere. Are you married to number 3? Can this happen without number 3? You're asking me to give over the organizing of this event to somebody else, and yet participate and supervise when I had no voice or little voice in organizing. So can this still happen without number 3?
Councillor Miller, push your button there. Hold on.
Sort of along the lines of my colleague to the right said.
Right. No, I'm not married to number 3. I am married to my ward though, so I'll be doing mine. But as for the rest, I'm not married to it, no.
So does that mean you're going to remove number 3? Is that what you're asking?
I'll support it without number 3.
Yeah, we'll take out number 3 then, and to each their own if they want to do theirs.
Yeah, and it won't be sitting in, well, it'll be sitting in specific wards, but it'll be shared amongst wards, probably, right? Councillors. Councillor Cody.
Yes, I won't be supporting this motion. I sat there for 5 days last year, and I was there at 8 o'clock in the morning. I was still 8 o'clock at night. I'm not doing that again. I wasn't hired to do that job. If I'd have wanted to be hired to do the job, I'd applied for it, but I didn't, and I'm not doing it. So you can count me out. I asked for volunteers. I had schools that were going to participate. COVID hit, and they couldn't participate. I had a couple of volunteers, and not one showed up. I had one guy show up that didn't volunteer. He said, "Oh, I better come and spell you off." He's a friend of mine. So he spelled me off for a couple hours, which was absolutely fantastic. But I just think, look, we've got 4 opportunities per household to do free garbage at the landfill. Surely that should do the job. Surely that should be enough for free. You know, you can't have everything free in this world. You just can't. And I just don't think it's good enough to say, well, everything should be free. Contractors, the contractors will want to participate because of the fact they're going to be forced into it, not because they want to do it, because I know they don't want to do it. And a lot of other people don't either. Volunteers get forced into these things, and I just don't think it's the right thing to do. I'm going to be voting against it, and if I decide to do a little cleanup on my own, I might do that, but I'm likely not to do that either.
So this is why I am going to support that motion, is because there is a little pressure for each ward councillor to get them going, and it started last year when everybody started it. Before it was Councillor Miller, then it got into another ward, and now another ward, and now it's like, oh my goodness, if you're not doing it, you're in the wrong because everybody else is. So I like the idea of 4, just 4. Because I agree, I don't want to do this, nor do I'm not going to take a day off to do it. We take off lots of days in council to do lots of other meetings, and many of us are still employed and working full time. So it costs that money to take those times off. So, and time is valuable for everybody, and it's hard work. I watched Councillor Miller and whoever else did. I went and visited Councillor Cody. It's hard work. But on the other flip side of it, I listened to Councillor Miller, who says we all like a clean neighborhood. And if it gives our neighbors an opportunity to clean up that much extra, then good. And so I will support it. But we got to find volunteers. Councillor Kilmer.
Thank you. And I just want to take this opportunity again to thank Councillor Miller for the help that she gave me last year when I couldn't make part of my week, and all the volunteers from our area that stepped in to help me. And I would like to add that the people in Ward 7 repeatedly said they appreciated that cleanup and the chance to stay within the city, because they don't have the opportunity to get out to the landfill as easily. I have quite a few residents that just don't have the vehicle to do that. So the week offered them the opportunity to work together with their neighbors and fill their car with some things. So I will be supporting this and look forward to the event.
Thank you. Councillor Zerkowski.
Couple of thoughts, couple of questions to the directors. One, I wonder if we can carry this conversation through to the community club conversations when we meet with them and say, this is what we're thinking. Wondering if you give you guys a heads up. Wondering if you're interested in participating ahead of time, because often administration will know the dates before we do. So I think that would be helpful if we could sort of open up, put that on the agenda or a conversation with them. And I guess before I cast my vote, I'd be interested in hearing from the director at first blush, what is this, if there's any red flags this motion throws out in front of you? It's asking your department to organize and plan those events.
Who are you asking? Jeff?
The Director of Public Works. Oh, I'm sorry, for sure? Yeah.
So typically in the past, these have been kind of organized out of the communications group. So but it does tie directly to sanitation. So it's it's sort of a tag team between the two divisions.
Okay, so administration and then red flag.
Push your button. Oh. No, he cut himself off.
So after the last round of events, we had kind of a debrief meeting, and there were two things that I think were key to these. One is that the disposal of material that was outside those supervised hours. So that's the big impact on sanitation, because they end up have to come back and clean up the site. So then tied to that is the supervision of the sites. And so it's critical that these be supervised, that someone be there to help kind of divert traffic and the dates. So if it's not in the motion that someone's in charge of recruiting, it is contingent on finding volunteers. So
Yes.
that could happen during the discussion planning meeting, but it is a very important part of a successful event.
Good point.
Yeah. good
And
point.
the,
Yeah. To me, that's one thing, I think you said it well, along the planning meeting, one thing to check off the box off. If that box isn't checked off, we don't move ahead with it.
Yep.
If the volunteers, if the community, again, back to other issues, if the community itself doesn't support this or it doesn't think it's important, that's fine. Other communities, other neighborhoods will, and maybe they can move forward with it.
That's right. And I think a process, some kind of simple process too, so that I don't want it to become an administrative sort of run around to sign people up and book, you know what I mean? We have to be committed to a simple process. And I think most of this clicked along pretty nicely this year. So if we can nail down that supervision of the sites, I think we'd be in good shape.
and to put the pressure on the community clubs, those volunteers have been there for 30 years, many of them, and they just don't often need that extra pressure.
Yeah, no,
Some of them are willing, but just because that's who they are, but the community also, in general, needs to step up if we want to do this.
I wonder if, and there may be opportunities where the location will have a camera already on the facility. And again, maybe like check off the checklist if that can be made to happen. Anyway, thank you.
Councilor Ogrodnik?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's why I say it should be a cleanup day during pitch-in week. And that way, for our ward, like I would assume Councillor Edwards, you and I will be coordinating that corner of the city, have a one-day cleanup, and then we won't have it after hours. Like I know I saw in Councillor Kilmer, there was a whole bunch of chairs put in to the bin, and same with Councillor Miller, you had after hours, some stuff going and what have you. And so that way, if it was a cleanup day, it's not so cumbersome on us, like as two councillors coordinating that, split it half and half. Like if it's an 8-hour day or a 10-hour day, we each do 5 hours or whatever, that kind of thing. And it won't be such a pain for staying there and getting as many volunteers for one day. But for a whole week, like Councillor Cody said, that was just maybe unreasonable and a little bit too much to ask of a councillor. Like if you want to do it, fine, but I think a one day, as I said.
Councilor Cody?
Yeah, one of the other problems is that, you leave the site at 8 o'clock, and you saw a truck 2 hours prior to that hovering around with a whole bunch of tires on. Well, when they see you sitting there, they're not going to unload the tires. But the next morning, you get there, and there's all the tires laying there. There's tires, there's batteries, there's radiators, there's everything that you can name is there in the morning. They weren't there when I was there, that's for sure, because then they wouldn't unload them. You get all measure of trucks coming there with foreign names on the side, coming from everywhere in the country. But when you're there, they won't drop their stuff off, but when you leave, they do. And, I don't know how you police that kind of thing, short of just having a place where you can shut the gate on them. But it was so overrun with product sometimes that you couldn't hardly move. And what happens? Our poor fellows from the city were there with a truck every morning, every afternoon, picking up stuff that they wouldn't put into the bin. And it wasn't nice. It wasn't a nice scene at all. I didn't think it was that good for our community.
Good discussion.
The main thing is, I don't want this to become an administration task. It came out of politics, and good politics. It's not bad politics, it's good. When a councillor can get their community all involved, that's how it comes. And I don't want it passed off to the administration, because they won't find volunteers. You know, we all have our lists, we all know the people that will come and help. What I like the idea about the four corners is at least now we can pair up, and it should be hopefully half the work, because you'll get so many volunteers, I'll get so many, and then we'll do it. But I do think it's a great program.
You're done? Okay. We're gonna go to the vote. Good discussion. Moving on. Oh, my fingers keep touching these buttons. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, and the vote is open. Councillor Lennox up.
Yes.
Vote's closed. Accept. And the motion is carried. Moving on. Item 7.12. MSC new building and upgrades. PowerPoint presentation, Jeff De Silva. Go ahead, Jeff. I don't think you're in the queue anymore. Hold on. Go ahead, Jeff.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. So, first of all, the intent here of bringing this forward, obviously it's not an ask for 2022's budget, but it is something that it does bring up ongoing operational challenges and concerns. This presentation will also look familiar to some of you, as the director had previously presented a similar presentation in the past. We've had a few changes at the Old City Yards that we thought was worth updating and just bringing it forward to council. Where did this go? Okay, so Old City Yards, you got the main garage, which is the big building you see there in the aerial. The sign shop, the parts shop, the carpentry shop, welding shop, small engine repair. And then you're also missing what used to be the Butler building, and you have the wash bay and vehicle storage. Of course, that's just off of Exhibition Drive. So here's a sign shop. It was built in 1940. It doesn't meet building codes beyond really any kind of reasonable repair. It's a World War II wooden facility moved from the airport back in '78. One of the challenges they have there is, because it's all wood exterior, is really just keeping animals out. It's kind of like a bird or a rodent problem. There's a 1950s parks shop. It's dirt floor, heated garage, and storage. Doesn't meet code. This one here, I'll note that the building next to it, which was the wash bay and the vehicle storage, had to be demolished. They shared a water service, but because that building isn't there anymore, we have to actually turn that water service off in the winter. So it's one less water serviced building in the winter. You've got the 1950 carpentry shop. It's a wood floor shop. The electricity inside is maxed out. And as well, there's wooden floors that are really starting to develop a pretty significant sag. There's another view. The mayor likes it. Here shown is the Butler Building, which of course was demolished in 2017. You can kind of see the state of the buildings as they're starting to deteriorate. This one, of course, collapsed onto some equipment. It's been obviously since demolished. Here's the main garage. What you'll see inside the main garage throughout is the floors are starting to peel up, so all of the tiles. It's very inefficient to heat. Its roof is basically at its lifespan, so if you wanted to keep when we have to keep the building going, it will require a pretty significant investment for a big roof upgrade. It's also an old building that wasn't really purpose-built for the current operations, so you've got a pretty inefficient layout, old wash bay areas, areas that can't really be used effectively, but we're still heating the space, obviously. This is the most recent demolition, so this is the wash bay and vehicle storage. A roof inspection showed that there was significant rotting in the roof, which would, of course, would threaten a collapse of the roof, which then, of course, led to us demolishing the building. Of course, this was a vehicle storage building, so a lot of those vehicles now don't have a proper storage home. The welding shop is a metal frame addition to the main garage. It leaks in between the roof lines because it was kind of added on to the larger main garage building. It's a small engine shop. It's one of the newer buildings, of course. It's a metal frame addition to the main garage. Newer than me. So here's some of the equipment that, of course, at any given time, if you go to old city yards, you'll see stored, unfortunately, outside. Ideally, none of this stuff would have an outdoor home. Now you go over to the Municipal Service Center, or we call the MSC. So Municipal Service Center was purchased from the Highways Department in 2002. 26 bays, houses the water and sewer, roadways, and as well as the fleet divisions. The photo on the right is actually the compressed air system. So for each of the mechanics bays, there's compressed air that's sort of an underground air system. It's corroding away. It's almost to the point where we can't repair it. We've come in to do emergency repairs to keep it going. Here you'll see some of the offices and the stores building. None of those were really upgraded none of those were upgraded when they were taken over from Highways. Stores could really use an expansion, of course, to keep a better inventory of materials on site. Also to keep them in a heated space as opposed to a cold storage space. Here's our 2003 cold storage building. It's a pre-engineered metal building, not insulated, not heated. Public Works storage, similar type of building. This one has a paved floor. And here are our two coverall buildings. Of course, the newest one was just completed. They'll hold a lot of our salt. For parks, they'll hold topsoil, some of their equipment in the winter for storage. So an upgraded MSC would look something like this. We've laid it out sort of conceptually here. The blue buildings are all the existing buildings. In yellow is additions. So these would be sizable enough to house all of parks, like all of the community services uses, incorporate all of the old city yards functions all into one site. You'd see a lot of operational benefits to this because a lot of the divisions end up using both sites interchangeably throughout the day. So you've got people from concrete that go down to old city yards to get equipment and move back up. It's also showing a fuel pump potential down the line that could be part of the project. And again, to keep everything in one spot, to keep, to avoid having vehicles moving across the city for non-operational purposes. So to do something like this, again, this is just to bring this forward as an idea so that it's relevant to council, is a pretty substantial cost. We've looked at a similar project, which is just in completion in Yorkton, to try to gauge a bit of our ballpark for what this type of a thing would cost. So you're looking at a total cost of, in the ballpark of about $10.5 million.
Thank you, Jeff. Mayor Dion.
Okay, now, you're missing one thing in this plan. Where is the bus barn?
The bus barn is actually shown on that. It is out of the yellow block.
Oh, at the bottom.
It's the bottom piece. That's not included in the cost. That was just included as to show that there is the physical space on
Yeah,
site.
because we have that already planned and everything else. And I think there may be an opportunity after the election on the 20th that we can reapply for the bus barn. And so I think you want to keep that one hot on the thing. Yeah, it depends who gets elected, but, and if we got any money left by the time all the promises are given, that we can get a bus barn. But, so we should have that one ready to go because that's an opportunity. And that wasn't included in your estimate price?
No.
So you used the price on Yorkton?
Yes.
Ha! I toured that facility. We were just in Yorkton. You couldn't have picked a nicer one to pick on. It is yeah, look at them. It's the state-of-the-art, boy. It is a facility. They must have got a big grant because they didn't spare any horsepower on that building. Thank you.
So to the Director of Financial Services, so just so you can talk this meeting, a finance amount would be about what on that, a price? Oh, if you push your button, Director, I'll go ahead, Director.
So you're talking about the full financial cost of the 10.4
Yeah, what would
million?
a yearly payment be? $300,000?
I can't tell you that right now. I could give you an estimate of that once I get back to my office, but off the top of my head, not really.
Okay, well, the reason I ask is, I mean, you look at this, we've pushed this off quite a bit. I know we can't afford it, but I don't know how we can't do it. And the reason I ask is because every resident in this city utilize those employees that are sitting in there. And therefore, we should maybe look at a base tax to pay for that. Councillor Head.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Jeff, for the report. You know, this is news to me as a city employee started in 1999. You know, the manager of the day, you know, even indicated to the building that you call the Parks Building, it was old back then. And I mean, it's only gotten worse 20 years, 2 decades later. We often wondered, and I was a part of the city when we moved to the Highways Building and taken that over. And yeah, there wasn't anything done until we just moved in there, and there has been status quo since then. And I know we've pieced out parts of our MSC lots already, which, you know, if we're going to be adding into there, I don't know why, you know, we're not expanding this old yards here. So I don't know if there's going to be a design to show we're going to put a new building there, because I don't think we're moving away from these old lots, are we? Or this old yards, are we? Is that the intentions to one day just do away with this piece of land?
Yeah, the idea here is for a consolidation of operations.
And definitely, like to Councillor Edwards' comment, yes, it is something that is long time needed, and definitely, you know, I worry about how we pay for it, but it's something that, looking at these pictures, it's something we need to prioritize within our budget for sure. So, thank you.
Counselor Zarkowski.
Thanks, Jeff. A couple of questions. Would this be, if we chose to make it so, qualify for gas tax funding?
Yeah, go ahead.
Honestly, I'm not sure. Other.
Okay. The old city yards, there are some other similar parcels of land in the city that we found a way to market, whether we put concrete or such and so forth. Is there an opportunity to market this piece of land, flip it to help fund some of this ask? It's 6th Avenue East, some value there, I imagine. So if we move it, what could we do with this land that'll help fund this piece? Has that discussion occurred? I don't know.
Acting City Manager would like to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Zarkowski, for the question. Certainly, any city land is potentially marketable. However, the industrial nature of the city yard site, there would be an extensive amount of research that would need to be done. Phase 1, Phase 2 environmental, certainly some sort of a contamination cleanup, which does cost money. So to answer your question, yes, there is potential. Well, let me rephrase that. There could be potential there, but to know what the offset of those costs might be, it would be a little bit premature. Some work would certainly be involved before we get to that point.
Yeah, certainly it would be part of the conversation, bringing me some comfort to know if we could flip that land, what that value would be. And we all know what it costs to get the government involved when it comes to those conversations, AKA abandoned fuel sites. So, not saying this is one, but I think that's the flip side of the card on this conversation. Is it the city's long-term plan, 20 years, to stay at that MSC up on the hill? Or are we almost at the point now where we're going to leapfrog that location for another?
I wouldn't think we have any plans to abandon that site, no.
So on this list then, in the report, $10 million, can we piecemeal some of these items, chunk them year by year, and take a piece at a time and move on some of these items in order to make it happen, to make something happen, to look after our employees and the efficiencies that drive some of our residents crazy? So, such like parking lot and yard paving. In order to move forward on some of this, let's park that one. So, is it possible to chunk some of these items and make them happen in the next couple of years? Does it really all have to happen all at once?
I mean, certainly some of it could be done, the fuel tanks, for example, are an item that could be implemented. That's, kind of like, that would kind of be a standalone, renovations to the existing buildings, but that doesn't, that doesn't get us away from the old city yards piece.
Right.
The big piece of the project is the construction of new buildings at the MSC site.
So the 6.6
Yeah.
is the big piece.
Yeah.
So 6.6 is a number I can imagine over a 10.4. So I guess that's, if I was gonna ask the priority of the department,
You gotta
if we're not
add.
saying yes to 10.4, can we plan for a 6.6? That's the ask. I'm wondering if we could move on.
A lot of, certainly that's something we can look into. Like, a lot of these items were pieced together, but they weren't developed out. So the grading of the site is just as important as the building, and then as well the paving. So we would need to actually want to lay out the site, make sure that it's actually, like, this was put together basically as equivalent areas to make sure that we had room to develop on that site. But you would want a building that is still built out from a purpose, a purpose-built aspect, right? So if you have a room, you want to make sure that it has the proper accesses for, the type of work that's going on. So that the site plan and the grading, would all be put together and then, so you wouldn't be able to just neatly cut off 6.6 million and just chunk it over to one piece.
Sounds like we-
But I hear what you're saying. That certainly makes sense.
Sounds like we need a design plan before we do anything.
Okay. Yeah, I guess at some point, I'd just like to know what that number is. If it is between 6 and 7, we can say, let's try and find a way to make it happen if we're philosophically in favor of doing something. But if we're saying, let's look for 10 to 11 million dollars, people are gonna run out of the room, like they have for the last 20 years.
Councillor Ogrodnik?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. You know, it would be great if we had the money. We don't. And I just look at what's in front of us.
Yeah.
You know, 16 million for our 2 rinks and aquatic center. We're looking at a large rink of $60 million. How much of that is going to come from city coffers that we're going to have to borrow? Hospital, 300 million. We have to come up with money there as well. It's not like it's being built by the province, but to furnish it, like we're going to have to come up with money there. Bus shelter, how many millions is that? And then now this, you know, anywhere between 6.6 that was mentioned to 10.5, like where are we going to get all this money? We can't borrow it all. Like this is going to bankrupt the city. And as much as I would like us to have, well, if we went ahead and did all of this that's in front of us right now, it would. And so as much as I want to have one centralized, consolidated location, I don't think right now we can afford it with what we have before us. We don't have the revenues coming in yet to be able to afford more big projects. And so I will vote against this.
Mayor Dion?
I'm going to move the recommendation. And I would suggest to Public Works that you come back with a reasonable plan. You know, you say you need it all. Well, you had the bus barn on there, and that wasn't part of the pricing. That's another $6 million. So I do believe that there is buildings out there that you can buy, that you can add on 20, 30, 50,000 feet every year or two, and just keep expanding it down as we can. In today's world of building, I just can't believe there's not a building around that you can do that. To ask for everything that you want in that slide, you know, in the perfect world, if we had the money, that would be the answer. You know, but we're not living in the perfect world. And so you have to make, if you want changes and you want to get out of the old city yards, come back with a plan to help us out. I do believe there will be federal grants available coming up, and because all of them have guaranteed that for projects like this. And those are what we have to watch for. So I do believe we have to be shovel ready, and I do believe that we have to plan. But we got to plan realistically that what can we afford. And I would look at the 3 buildings that are down there, which are the worst ones that are going to fall over, and let's build a 20,000 square foot building to accommodate them with all the hookups and everything else, so you can continue to keep adding on. And I'll give you an example. Gateway Mall wasn't built all in one move. We built Eaton's first, then we built Safeway, then we built the middle part, then we moved further down and built Zellers, then a couple years later we built Sears. Wasn't all built in 1 year.
Perfect.
You could just never do that. You just build so you can continue to add on. And in today's world, I do believe we can find someone with those skills to do it. If we don't have the capability, I'm quite sure that we can hire a consultant that could help us come up with kind of a design that you continue to build.
Councillor Zerkowski, then we're
I
going to go
agree.
to the vote.
Part of the solution here is federal money for a project like this. We're not saying we're going to go to our taxpayers. We're saying, that's why the first question I asked was about the gas tax. How often have we been involved, anybody here been involved in the top 4 priorities of where the gas tax funding is going to go? Maybe part of the answer is we need to get involved in those priorities a little stringently, a little more aggressively, And if this is a priority, we need to put it on the list. So when money does become available, we're ready to go.
Thank
Tara
you.
Lennox up here.
Councillor Lennox Zepp.
I just note that the report does state that if we can succeed in performing this, that it is projected that we would save $250,000 each year. Plus, I expect what we would, are projected to save with the fuel tanks. And so I think it is something to continue to be thinking about because it does result in cost savings. Thank you.
Oh, it's a good point. Thank you very much. And we're going to go to the vote. The vote's open. Councillor Lennox Zepp,
Yes.
closing. And the motion's carried. Moving on, 2 items left in our long evening items. Oh yeah, we're done 7 point. Even better. 7.13, final item of the evening. Engineering technician surveyor position, verbal presentation, Director of Public Works. Go ahead, Wes. Hang on, I guess I gotta go back home here.
Thank you very much. This is an ask for a new position in surveying. This will be the only ask you'll hear from Public Works for the 2022 budget for positions. So to just give you a little bit of history, that the city of Prince Albert back in 1985, we used to have 9 full-time surveyors and 3 summer casual surveyors for a total of 12 staff in that department. And the reason there were so many surveyors at the time is you had to do everything manually. We used theodolites, levels, and survey rods and chains. There were no computers. But with the advent of AutoCAD and total stations, that started to become more available and did much of the calculations. By 1990, the staff was reduced to 6 surveyors. Technology continued to improve, more efficiencies, more equipment, more electronics, and by 1998, we reduced that down to 4 surveyors in two-person crews. We've been at that level of employment in survey for 23 years. So for 23 years, we've only had 4 surveyors. But I think everyone at this table can acknowledge that the city of Prince Albert isn't the same city as it was in 1998. In the last 10 years, just the last 10 years, not the last 23, but we have dramatically increased the changes that we've been doing to the infrastructure, the old 100-year-old infrastructure in the city of Prince Albert. So instead of just doing 1 kilometer per year, we're doing 2 kilometers per year of pipe replacement for water and sewer and storm. Instead of just doing 4 kilometers of paving, we're now doing 7 kilometers of paving every year of rehabilitating roads. All of those things require surveyors to make sure that they're put in the right place, that they're recorded, that the data is put in the drawings and put into our databases, and then put into the GIS system. In addition to that, as you've all noted, and councillors have brought it to our attentions on many occasions, why is that sidewalk still broken? Why is that SaskTel cut still not fixed? SaskTel, Sask Power, Sask Energy, Shaw Cable, BH Cable, all those guys cut through our streets to put their utilities in. I don't have any staff to manage that. I don't have any staff to monitor it or keep track of it. There's over 180 cuts in our streets every year, and I don't have anybody to go babysit them, to check on them, to tell those corporations to get their act in gear and get those things fixed. We also get asked on several occasions, even in this fiscal year, about sidewalks. We want sidewalks repaired in front of seniors. We want sidewalks repaired downtown. We have continuity issues where sidewalks don't exist. We've never been able to do a full survey of our sidewalks because I don't have any staff to do it. So my ask for you today is that at least be considered for the 2022 budget deliberations. This would be a fifth person in that department, which would take care of some of these things, as well as cover for when the surveyors are sick leave or EDOs, or when 3 or 4 construction sites are going at the same time, and we need an additional hand out there. The cost for this position, including all the benefits, is $61,641 per year. That's based at the 2019 rates, which is the last union contract. That is my presentation to you. Thank you very much.
Counselor Head?
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. I see no discussion. Must be late in the day. We're going to go to the vote. The vote's open. Counselor Lennox Epp?
Yes.
Vote's closed, and the motion's carried. One more motion.
Thank you.
We don't have any unfinished business. One more motion. Motion to adjourn. Counselor Kilmer,
I move to adjourn.
all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
When we're adjourned.